Chapter 1328. Gun Yinji grunted softly. She had never been very lively in front of unfamiliar people. Xie Xinxing asked with a smile. Xiaoheng is going too? Gun Yinji nodded. Granduncle is so smart. Major General Hua did say to go with us, and asked us to wait for him at the entrance of the military general hospital. Xie Xinxing nodded approvingly. Okay, you should indeed take you with him. You're not married to him yet, so how can you meet the male elders of their family alone? Especially people like father-in-law and grandfather. They have to avoid arousing suspicion. Gun Yinji shrunk her neck in shame, because she and Hua Xiaoheng had already gotten their marriage certificate. Legally speaking, she was indeed the daughter-in-law of the Hua family. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, they were only engaged and not married yet. Gun Yinji tried her best to act as if nothing had happened. She smiled and said, Granduncle is so nice. I know you're doing this for my own good. Of course. Xie Xinxing laughed heartily and patted her head. Don't pretend in front of Granduncle. It's good for girls to be more lively. Didn't Xiaoheng say that you're quite talkative? Why are you like a gourd with its mouth sawed off when you're with Granduncle? Gun Yinji's eyes flashed, and she couldn't hide her surprise. Really? As long as you don't think I'm talkative. She then said with a bitter face. Major General Hua's father and grandfather both like quiet and virtuous girls. They probably don't like my looks. They don't like you because there's something wrong with their taste. They can only see people who are lower than them, and not people who are better than them. Xie Xinxing wasn't actually a very good-tempered person, nor was he a patient person. However, he was very patient with Gun Yinji and really treated her like a junior. Before he returned to the country, he had already asked his son, Xie Beichun, to collect a lot of information about Gun Yinji. Although the information the Xie family had collected wasn't particularly comprehensive compared to the information Hua Xiaoheng and the others had, the information he had seen was enough to make him love and pity Gun Yinji. Of course, most importantly, Gun Yinji was Hua Xiaoheng's most beloved woman, and Hua Xiaoheng was his biological sister, Xie Xian's most beloved grandson. Even if he loved her, Xie Xinxing would still value Gun Yinji very much. Moreover, Gun Yinji's biological aunt, Gu Tian, had once married a distant relative of the Xies. Speaking of which, they really were in-laws. There was no problem with the Xie family being Gun Yinji's family. Xie Xinxing didn't want Gun Yinji to be too restrained in front of him, so he smiled and said, You and Xie Qingying are cousins, right? Gun Yinji held her phone and said nervously, Xie Qingying is my cousin. Her mother Gu Tian is my aunt. But my aunt passed away a long time ago. I only met them recently, so I don't have much contact with them. Xie Qingying's father, Xie Zhao, had remarried. His current in-law was the Long family of the famous speaker Long, so Gun Yinji was embarrassed to claim Xie Zhao's relatives. Xie Qingying is a daughter of the Xie family. Since you're cousins with her, you're in-laws of the Xie family. What's there to be embarrassed about? Xie Xinxing could tell that Gun Yinji was a little like Hua Xiaoheng when he was young. No wonder he was the one who raised her. Xie Xinxing wanted to laugh. Gun Yinji nodded. I understand. I'll visit my cousin's family more in the future. If your cousin's family needs to visit, we need to visit even more. Xie Xinxing had already started planning Gun Yinji's wedding. Our Xie family and your Gu family are both abroad. The custom of foreign marriages is for the bride to hold the wedding. How about this? Our Xie family will hold the wedding for you and Xiaoheng. In a few days, when your uncle returns to China, we'll hold an engagement party for you and Xiaoheng at the Diaotai State Guest House. If you get married, where do you want to hold the wedding? Gun Yinji's heart pounded when she heard this. She wasn't ready to be a bride yet. After hesitating for a moment, she said honestly, I haven't thought about it yet. Can Granduncle wait until I've thought about it? Ha ha. Yes, of course you can. Xie Xinxing laughed heartily. But don't think about it for too long. You have to understand our Xiaoheng's feelings. He's not young anymore. When Gun Yinji heard this, she couldn't help but think of the revenge from the 30-year-old man that day. Her face turned red, and she immediately changed the topic. Is Uncle going back to China? It's all thanks to him that we were able to successfully file a lawsuit against the trust fund. Gun Yinji had proposed to freeze the trust fund under Luo Jialan's name in the name of money laundering, but the plaintiff wasn't her. Instead, it was a person in charge of the European Union's banking regulator that Xie Beichen had hired to hire Gun Yinji to be the external lawyer of the European Union's banking regulator. Only then would she have the authority to file a complaint in the Swiss court. Yes, your Uncle Beichen will be back in 2 weeks. These 2 weeks should be enough for them to prepare for an engagement party, Xie Xinxing said with a smile. He didn't need to worry about the specific preparations. The Xie family had professionals to take care of it. The old and young chatted along the way, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. When they were about to reach the Imperial Military General Hospital, Xie Xinxing received calls from General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai Jianxing. All three of them expressed their sincere greetings and warm welcome to Xie Xinxing and expressed their intention to visit him. Xie Xinxing smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with them. In the end, he set the date for their visit tomorrow morning at the Xie family's villa in the West Mountains. After the call ended, the car had already arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Military General Hospital. Hua Xiaoheng's private car was already waiting there. Hua Xiaoheng's chauffeur greeted Xie Xinxing's chauffeur, and the two cars drove into the hospital one after another. They stopped in front of an 18-story building surrounded by green trees, lawns, and a winding pavilion that looked like a jade belt. Hua Xiaoheng's VIP ward was in this building. The car door opened, and Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car first. He walked to Xie Xinxing's car and opened the door for them. Xie Xinxing held Hua Xiaoheng's hand as he got out of the car. He looked up at the ordinary-looking high-rise building and said lightly, "If your grandfather's illness is too serious, why don't we send him to a special sanatorium to recuperate?" This kind of special sanatorium wasn't an ordinary one. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Does granduncle have any recommendations?" "That depends on how well your grandfather recovers," Xie Xinxing said meaningfully. "If he's already recovered, he naturally doesn't have to go. If he's terminally ill, for the sake of his safety, he naturally has to be sent to the best sanatorium." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Granduncle has a point. Let's go see how my grandfather is recovering." Gun Yinji heard that the two of them seemed to be playing games. She glanced suspiciously at Hua Xiaoheng, then at Xie Xinxing, and pondered. The group of people arrived at the ward and saw that the door was ajar. Gun Yinji knocked on the door and said sweetly, "Grandfather Hua? I'm Gun Yinji. Come in." Hua Xiaoheng's low and suppressed voice sounded as if he was gritting his teeth. "Gun Yinji," she turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng gestured for her to enter with his gaze. When they arrived, Hua Guanxin's orderly was standing guard at the door. As soon as he saw Hua Xiaoheng arrive, he instinctively wanted to salute and greet him. Hua Xiaoheng raised his arm to stop him in time, so he only saluted. Gun Yinji pushed the door open and entered alone. She looked up and saw Hua Xiaoheng staring at her. His eyes were red as if they were bloodshot. Luo Jialan was actually here too. She stood by the window with her hands in the pockets of her dress pants. The window wasn't closed, and a breeze blew in through the half-open window. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a fairy. Even Gun Yinji couldn't help praising her beauty in her heart. But as soon as she spoke, Gun Yinji thought expressionlessly, "I take back what I just said." Before grandfather Hua could speak, Luo Jialan had already attacked first. "Gun Yinji, why did you go to the Swiss court to sue me for money laundering? You clearly know that it wasn't money laundering. It was my legal income." "Oh, that's strange. How would I know that it wasn't money laundering?" Gun Yinji spread her hands and immediately understood that Hua Xiaoheng had called her over with ill intentions. Fortunately, Hua Xiaoheng and Xie Xinxing were both at the door, so she had nothing to be afraid of. "Stop pretending. Don't you know where the money went? You're deliberately using your power to get even. I'm going to sue you in court." Luo Jialan tried her best to remain calm, but the madness in her eyes and her trembling hands revealed her fear. "I really don't know where the money went." Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately stared at Luo Jialan. "But you said I used my power to get even with you. Is it because you had a grudge against me in the past?" After thinking about it, I only had a grudge against someone when I was in Germany. Gu Nianji took a step forward and narrowed her eyes to look at Luo Jialan. Could it be that when I was being hunted down in Germany, you were also involved? Haha, if that's the case, then I'm not using my power to get even with you. I'm seeking justice for myself. Heaven's net has a long arm, but it never escapes. Luo Jialan, you've already been charged with 2 counts of intentional homicide. I didn't want to kill you. Don't slander me. Luo Jialan forced herself to remain calm. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm waiting for my lawyer to come. She finally realized that talking to Gu Nianji was full of traps. She had only threatened her with 1 sentence, but Gu Nianji had already caught hold of her weakness. She almost wanted to counterattack. Luo Jialan was so nervous that her ball almost rolled out, and her mouth was filled with bitterness. This was today's second update. Chapter 1318, Counterattack. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets for 2,700 plus updates were delivered. The third update was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1329. In the past, Luo Jialan was also sharp-tongued and smart, but in the end, in front of Gu Nianji, she was beaten to a pulp at any time. What a good-for-nothing. Seeing that Luo Jialan was useless, Hua Xuanong said sinisterly, Luo Jialan, how dare you? You haven't even married into our Hua family yet, and you dare to criticize our family's matters. What will happen if you marry into our family? This was to use Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's marriage as bait to make her give up on pursuing the matter of Luo Jialan's trust fund. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xuanong calmly and said dryly, Grandfather Hua, I thought you were going to tell me about Major General Hua. Isn't the marriage between you and Xiaoheng important? Hua Xuanong ordered with a sullen expression, if you still want to marry into the family smoothly, then quickly withdraw the lawsuit. Otherwise, humph. Otherwise, why would you snort? Xie Xinxing pushed the door open and walked in. He sneered. Hua Xuanong, I didn't know that you were so concerned about your wife's trust fund. Xie Xinxing had actually followed them. Hua Xuanong panicked and secretly cursed Gu Nianji for being so cunning and meddlesome, but his expression remained calm. He smiled and said sarcastically, Xinxing, you're here. Have a seat. I have something to tell Nianji. She grew up with Xiaoheng in a military camp, so she doesn't know much about the ways of the world. I'm teaching her how to behave. How is she ignorant of the ways of the world? I don't know. Can you tell me in detail? Xie Xinxing's expression was better than Hua Xuanong's. We're both 1,000-year-old foxes, so why are you putting on an act in front of me? Hua Xuanong saw that Xie Xinxing was amiable and didn't scold him like he did at his house yesterday, so he felt slightly relieved. He quickly said, it's the lawsuit in which she accused Jialan's trust fund of money laundering. This was impossible. Moreover, if this matter was reported to the court, it would embarrass Xiaoheng. How can Xiaoheng show his face in public with his identity? Xie Xinxing nodded. That makes sense, but I don't understand. You clearly said that it was Luo Jialan's trust fund, and Nianji also sued Luo Jialan for money laundering. What does it have to do with Xiaoheng? Hua Xuanong, his expression abruptly changed, and he was momentarily speechless. Luo Jialan was so anxious that she quickly sent a text message to Kai Shengnan asking why she hadn't come yet. Kai Shengnan had just walked out of the elevator on the floor where the ward was located. She looked up and suddenly saw a figure flash at the end of the corridor, heading towards the stairwell. From the back, it looked like Hua Xiaoheng, but when he took a closer look, there was no one except for the soldier standing guard at the door of the ward. Kai Shengnan took a few hurried steps and came to the stairwell. She stuck her head out and looked around. There was indeed no one. Unwilling to give up, she walked to the door of the ward and asked the soldier on guard, Did you see anyone go in from here just now? She pointed in the direction of the stairwell. The soldier was Hua Guanshan's orderly. Upon receiving Hua Xiaoheng's instructions, he immediately replied, No. Kai Shengnan thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. She mocked herself in her heart for really dreaming about what you think about during the day. She pushed open the door to Hua Xuanong's ward and walked in. Kai Shengnan saw that the spacious ward was packed full. Hua Xiwenong sat on the hospital bed and glared at Gun Yinji. Luo Jialan stood by the window with her arms crossed, her face full of anxiety. Gun Yinji stood with her back facing her. Her slender back and undulating figure were really an eyesore to look at. An old man with an extraordinary bearing stood beside Gun Yinji. Although he had his hands behind his back, he looked like he would reach out to help Gun Yinji at any time. There were also two tall men in black suits standing on either side of the old man. Who was this? Luo Jialan hadn't mentioned on the phone that there was anyone else besides Gun Yinji. Kai Shengnan couldn't help glancing at Luo Jialan. Luo Jialan let out a long sigh when she saw Kai Shengnan come in. She quickly said, "My lawyer is here." "Gun Yinji, I won't tell you. I'll let my lawyer tell you." Gun Yinji turned around and saw that it was Kai Shengnan who had come in. She was a little amused and nodded at her. She said generously, "Hello, Lawyer Kai." Kai Shengnan saw that Gun Yinji was polite and despised her for being too hypocritical. Unfortunately, all men fell for it. She nodded and said politely, "Hello, Lawyer Gu." "Hello, Grandfather Hua." Then she looked at the old man standing next to Gun Yinji. "This is?" Of course, Gun Yinji wouldn't introduce him to her. The ward suddenly fell silent. Luo Jialan had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "This is Grandfather Xie, the head of the Xie family in France." He was actually the head of the Xie family in France. Kai Shengnan was ecstatic. She was so lucky. This old man, who lived in seclusion and rarely saw anyone, had allowed her to meet him in person here. Back then, her father had put in a lot of effort and even invited him to join the name of the Council of 100, an elite Chinese organization on Blue Planet, but he had politely declined. If she could win over this old man, her father's position in the Council of 100 would definitely rise to the next level. Kai Shengnan couldn't even care less about her client, Luo Jialan. She quickly walked up to Xie Xinxing and greeted him very politely. "Are you Grandfather Xie?" "Hello, I'm Kai Shengnan. My father is Kai Sumin. A few years ago, he invited you to join the Council of 100, an elite Chinese organization on Blue Planet. Do you still remember?" Xie Xinxing didn't say anything. The two staff members beside him had already raised their hands to stop Kai Shengnan from approaching. "Lawyer Kai, please stop." Kai Shengnan awkwardly stopped in her tracks and smiled, but she glared at Gun Yinji from the corner of her eyes. Why was Gun Yinji so close to the head of the Xie family? Her parents were dead, so how could her family be as prominent as her own? As she lamented that Grandfather Xie was blind, she made up her mind to show off her abilities in front of Xie Xinxing. She turned to ask Luo Jialan, "Miss Luo, why did you call me here?" Luo Jialan quickly said, "Gun Yinji just won't believe that I didn't launder money. Help me persuade her." Kai Shengnan nodded and said to Gun Yinji expressionlessly, "My client, Luo Jialan, told me. She didn't actually want to transfer the money. She lent it to her friend." "Friend? Who?" "The owner of the bank account. York? Or York's son, Seth?" Gun Yinji chuckled and said lightly, "Luo Jialan, how come I didn't know that you were friends with York and Seth? When did you meet? How long have you been dating? Is there any evidence that you're friends with them?" Luo Jialan froze for a moment and looked at Kai Shengnan for help. Kai Shengnan was also speechless. She had only said friend, and she had so many questions. If she liked to show off so much, why didn't she become an actress? Kai Shengnan cursed Gun Yinji silently, but she still shook her head with a smile. "I didn't say that her friend was York or Seth. Lawyer Gu is so used to talking to herself. Don't you want any evidence at all?" Gun Yinji smiled and spread her hands. "I can only speculate about their relationship based on the existing facts. As for evidence, shouldn't you be the one providing it?" Kai Shengnan said confidently, "Her friend isn't York or Seth, so your speculations are baseless." "Then who is her friend?" Gun Yinji immediately asked. "Yamaguchi Aiko." Kai Shengnan smiled at Gun Yinji and thought to herself, "Ask, hurry up and ask. I'm about to slap you in the face." Because she knew that Gun Yinji's next step would be to ask Yamaguchi Aiko to testify. and Yamaguchi Aiko was long dead. How could she testify? However, Gunyinji's reaction seemed to be a beat too slow. She turned to look at Luo Jialan and repeated, Yamaguchi Aiko? Her friend is Yamaguchi Aiko. Yes. Do you have any questions? Kai Shangnan raised her chin proudly, but she didn't feel happy when she saw Luo Jialan. Instead, she was a little flustered. Gunyinji didn't ask Yamaguchi Aiko any further. Instead, she narrowed her eyes at Luo Jialan and asked slowly, Luo Jialan, are you friends with Yamaguchi Aiko? How did you meet? Can anyone prove that you're friends? As far as I know, you didn't have the chance to meet Yamaguchi Aiko when you were in the country. Before Luo Jialan went to France, she was still Hua Jialan and had been living in the military compound. Because she had to take care of Song Jining, the security around her had always been very high. It was impossible for someone like Yamaguchi Aiko to get close to her without Hua Xiaoheng knowing. Therefore, Gunyinji had a hunch that Luo Jialan must have met Yamaguchi Aiko when she went to France with Hua Xiaoheng to relax. At that time, Luo Jialan had nothing to do with Song Jining. Besides, Song Jining had already woken up, so she didn't need to be taken care of. Therefore, Luo Jialan's security level was cancelled. Kai Xingnan was slightly taken aback. From what Gunyinji said, she seemed to know Yamaguchi Aiko as well. What was going on? Kai Shangnan looked suspiciously between Gunyinji and Luo Jialan. Luo Jialan looked at Kai Shangnan anxiously, wanting her to speak up for her. Gunyinji also looked at Kai Shangnan. Lawyer Kai, if your client doesn't speak, then you speak up for her. I'm sure you know how to prove that Yamaguchi Aiko and Luo Jialan are friends, right? There was something fishy going on between Yamaguchi Aiko and Luo Jialan didn't tell her clearly. Kai Shangnan reacted instinctively and immediately said, No, I don't know. My client said that her money was transferred at the request of her friend Yamaguchi Aiko. I don't know anything else, and she didn't tell me. Gunyinji smiled. She knew that Kai Shangnan was a typical American lawyer. At a critical moment, the most important thing was to distance herself and protect her own interests, not the interests of the client. Gunyinji's gaze fell on Luo Jialan's pale face, and her voice softened. Miss Luo, can you tell me how you became friends with Yamaguchi Aiko? Don't tell me that you two were best friends since childhood. You want to trick us like salted fish, but salted fish also have dignity and intelligence. Luo Jialan still wanted to struggle. She pursed her lips and asked Kai Shangnan, Lawyer Kai, do I have to say all this? Kai Shangnan looked at Gunyinji and said sullenly, Lawyer Gu, we haven't even gone to court yet. Why are you already interrogating my client? Gunyinji didn't want to wait until court to question her. Yamaguchi Aiko, the long-lost name of Yamaguchi Aiko, suddenly entered her field of vision, and she was even related to Luo Jialan. Gunyinji almost couldn't control herself. Her fingernails almost dug a hole in the palm of her hand before she could calm down. Her mind raced, and she quickly found an excuse. She pretended to be relaxed and said, Didn't grandfather ask me to withdraw the lawsuit? If Miss Luo can prove that she was indeed helping a friend transfer the money, then it's not impossible to withdraw the lawsuit. When Hua Xiaoheng heard that she could withdraw the lawsuit, he immediately urged Luo Jialan, Then hurry up and tell me. What are you waiting for? This was today's third update, Chapter 1319, Useless Thing. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1330. Luo Jialan's mind was in a mess. Was she really going to say it? She actually didn't want to say too much about Yamaguchi Aiko. Firstly, Yamaguchi Aiko had reminded her not to mention their relationship to others. Secondly, what they had done together wasn't something that outsiders should know, especially not to Gunyinji. But the temptation was too great. She thought about it again and again. If she could get Gunyinji to drop the lawsuit by telling the truth, then the risk was worth it. Otherwise, she might really have nothing left. As someone who had once owned a huge fortune, asking her to give up such a huge fortune was like asking her to die. Since that was the case, she might as well take a gamble. Luo Jialan thought that since Yamaguchi Aiko was already dead, she just had to push everything on a Yamaguchi Aiko. What was she going to say? She could only rely on her mouth. Could Gunyinji go to the grave and drag Yamaguchi Aiko out for questioning? Gunyinji waited for a while and thought that Luo Jialan would insist on not saying it now. Just as she was about to give up, Luo Jialan asked hesitantly, "If I tell you, will you really drop the lawsuit? Can you write it down in black and white?" Gunyinji raised an eyebrow and thought to herself that she was actually trying to get something for nothing. This Luo Jialan was really greedy. She didn't show it on her face at all. She smiled and said, "I can't lie to you. I said depends. If it meets the requirements, we'll drop the lawsuit. If it doesn't, then I'm sorry, but this case will have to continue." Luo Jialan was a little disappointed. "Really? What's the difference if I say it or not?" "Then don't say it. It's fine with me. It's not my trust fund anyway. When you go to court, you'll have to say it all the same." Although Gunyinji was anxious, she wouldn't show it. Instead, she retreated in order to advance. She looked like she was saying, "If you're willing to say it." At this moment, Grandfather Huo was really anxious. He frowned and said to Luo Jialan, "What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and say it. It's more important to drop the lawsuit." She didn't say that she had to drop the lawsuit. Luo Jialan still wanted to finalize the matter. She kept glancing at Kai Shengnan. This lawyer Kai had received her $5 million advance payment, but she didn't even fart. This money was too easy to earn. Luo Jialan was deeply indignant and couldn't help saying to Kai Shengnan, "Lawyer Kai, what do you think? I can tell you, but can you guarantee that they will drop the lawsuit?" Kai Shengnan spread her hands. "I can't guarantee that." Luo Jialan's face darkened, and she said, "Then why do I need a lawyer?" Kai Shengnan smiled and didn't lower herself to her level. After all, no one would say no to money. Gunyinji's eyes flashed. Luo Jialan was going to find fault with her lawyer. If Kai Shengnan left in anger, then they would lack a strong support for their questioning today. Because only when Luo Jialan's own lawyer was present would she be unable to retract her confession. Gunyinji coughed lightly and added at the right time, "Lawyer Kai is a famous lawyer both at home and abroad. Miss Luo, you have Lawyer Kai to help you, so it won't be difficult for you to drop the lawsuit." Although Kai Shengnan knew that it wasn't a good thing to be praised by the other party, she still felt refreshed to hear such words come out of Gunyinji's mouth. It was like eating raisins on Haagen-Dazs ice cream in her mouth during the hottest days. It was sweet and fragrant and full of milk flavor. It was simply amazing. It was a pity that Hua Xiaoheng wasn't here. If he were here and heard Gunyinji say that about her with his own ears, he would definitely look at her differently. Kai Shengnan was lost in thought. Luo Jialan also felt that Kai Shengnan should be quite powerful, so she was a little more confident. She turned to look at Gunyinji and said, "What do you want to ask?" She was going to answer Gunyinji's question. Gunyinji perked up and took out the recording pen. As she recorded, she asked, "Miss Luo, your lawyer just said that you didn't transfer the money yourself. You lent it to your friend. Is that true?" Luo Jialan nodded. "Yes, that's true." Her voice calmed down and her eyes focused. She focused on organizing her answer, afraid that she would say something wrong. Gunyinji asked again, "May I ask which friend you lent it to?" "Didn't I just say that?" Luo Jialan frowned. "You forgot so quickly? Aren't you known as a genius girl with a photographic memory?" Gunyinji chuckled. "That's because my peers are giving me face. Don't take it seriously. Please answer my question. May I ask which friend you lent it to?" Luo Jialan snorted and pursed her lips. Her lips, which were painted red, opened and closed. "Yamaguchi Aiko, my lawyer just said that." Gunyinji nodded. "May I ask how much money you lent to Yamaguchi Aiko?" Luo Jialan hesitated for a moment and couldn't help glancing at Kai Shengnan. Kai Shengnan was lost in thought. Her eyes wandered and she had a half-smile on her face. Luo Jialan had no choice but to say honestly, 5 million euros. 5 million euros is a lot. "May I ask if you asked Yamaguchi Aiko to write an IOU when you lent it to her?" Gunyinji blinked and began to beat around the bush. She couldn't let Luo Jialan see that she was really interested in Yamaguchi Aiko, so she tried to focus the question on the loan. Only by showing that she cared about the money Luo Jialan had lent would Luo Jialan relax her vigilance towards Yamaguchi Aiko. Gun Yinji could tell that every time Luo Jialan mentioned Yamaguchi Aiko, she would shut her mouth tightly after saying a few words. This micro-expression showed that she didn't want to say more about Yamaguchi Aiko. It also showed that she was very wary of others digging up Yamaguchi Aiko. However, Gun Yinji was a veteran at interrogating people. She could speak with confidence even under the high pressure of being surrounded by everyone in the courtroom. Luo Jialan's little trick was nothing to her. At that moment, Gun Yinji seemed to have changed into a different person. Her entire aura was different. She was no longer that pretty, soft, and adorable little girl who made people want to spoil her at first sight. Instead, she was a sharp-tongued, ruthless, and awe-inspiring court lawyer. In her field of expertise, her strong academic reserves allowed her to handle it with ease. As expected, Luo Jialan was confused by Gun Yinji's Ayu. She frowned and said, "Yamaguchi Aiko is my friend. She borrowed money from me. How can I ask her to write an IOU?" Even if she had written it, it would have been invalid now because Yamaguchi Aiko was already dead and the debt would have been terminated because of her death. Luo Jialan could have given up on the claim. She had thought it through very clearly. Gun Yinji seemed to be completely following Luo Jialan's train of thought. She said regretfully, "I think the Swiss court will find it hard to believe that such a large sum of money was lent out without even an IOU. Unless what?" Luo Jialan thought about it and became anxious. That's right. How could she have forgotten? The Huaxia people could understand her and her friend's friendship, but those foreign devils couldn't. If it was a loan, they would definitely need an IOU. What should she do? Forge one at the last minute? What if she was exposed? Luo Jialan asked Gun Yinji eagerly. Unless what? Do you know? Unless you can prove that you and Yamaguchi Aiko are really good friends. So good that you don't have to write an IOU to borrow money from each other. You just have to promise it verbally. Gun Yinji nodded with a smile. Her eyes were filled with encouragement, and they fell on Luo Jialan like sunlight. Luo Jialan actually felt her heart warm up, and she couldn't help saying, "Oh yes, I'm indeed very good friends with Yamaguchi Aiko. We're so good that we can borrow a lot of things from each other, not to mention money. Besides, neither she nor I are people who can't afford it. 5 million euros might be a lot to others, but to us, it's just like ordinary people borrowing 500 yuan from each other. Do you guys need to write an IOU to borrow 500 yuan? Gun Yinji gave her a thumbs up approvingly. Well said, that's the point. For you, a year's worth of trust fund income is a lot, right? Only 10% of the trust fund income is transferred to my bank account every year, but that 10% is 7 figures. 10% a year was 7 figures in RMB, and a year's income was 8 figures. 5 million euros was only a year's income. Luo Jialan was very proud, and her aura immediately rose. Gun Yinji complimented her, "Really? Then you're really rich. You're a real Ms. Perfect." Luo Jialan completely relaxed and pursed her lips into a smile. She thought to herself that Gun Yinji wasn't that unreasonable after all. Only then did Gun Yinji leisurely change the topic to Yamaguchi Aiko. "Then how did you meet? To be such good friends, it must have taken a long time to get along, right?" Luo Jialan sank in her memories and said with a smile, "I met her in a flower and tea art training class when I was in France." "Really? You were in France at that time? I remember you accompanied Grandfather Hua to the Xie family manor to relax. You actually had time to go to flower and tea art classes." Luo Jialan came back to her senses, and her smile turned into a bitter smile. Her eyes sparkled as she said, "Yes, I didn't have many friends in France. Sometimes I felt depressed, so I went out and signed up for many training classes." "I see. You guys want to relax, but you're still depressed. It looks like the Xie family isn't very friendly to you guys." Gun Yinji gave Grandfather Xie a meaningful look. Grandfather Xie didn't mind at all. He smiled with his hands behind his back and listened with relish. Gun Yinji, Luo Jialan was also a little embarrassed. She quickly glanced at Grandfather Xie. Seeing that he wasn't unhappy, she quickly said, Actually, it's not the Sief family's problem. It's me. At that time, I had just finished the lawsuit, and when I thought back to what happened to my father and mother, I naturally felt bad. Yes, that's understandable. Gun Yinji was embarrassed. Gun Yinji was the lead lawyer in that lawsuit, so of course she knew how miserable Luo Jialan was. If grandfather Hua hadn't turned around and taken her to France, Hua Xiaoheng would have sent Luo Jialan to prison at that time. Gun Yinji covered her mouth with her fist to conceal a cough, then asked, "Then what training classes did you sign up for?" There was yoga, tea art, flower arrangement, fitness, and language. I just wanted to fill my life up so that I wouldn't have to think about those annoying things, Luo Jialan admitted frankly. And then you met Yamaguchi Aiko in the tea art and flower arrangement training classes. Gun Yinji made a mental note and continued to ask without batting an eyelid. What was she doing at the time? How old was she? What did she look like? She was doing business in Europe. She was in her mid-20s, right? She was fair and clean, had a silver plate face, a small mouth, straight black hair, and liked to wear black-rimmed glasses. She wasn't tall, and she was small and exquisite. She looked like a doll that looked like an ancient lady. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and she continued, "After you met Yamaguchi Aiko, was it because you two were the only Asians in the class, and you were about the same age, and she deliberately befriended you, that you two became good friends at first sight?" Luo Jialan was dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this Gun Yinji? How did she know what she wanted to say? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1320, Getting Something Empty-Handed. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. My dear friends, if the monthly votes reached 3,000 tomorrow, it would be 3 updates. The second update was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1331. Although she didn't want to admit Gun Yinji's speculation, Luo Jialan couldn't think of any other way to prove her friendship with Yamaguchi Aiko. She frowned and stared at Gun Yinji for a while before nodding. Yes, she's a very nice person. We hit it off right away, really? Gun Yinji smiled sweetly. You guys became good friends so quickly? So where is she from? What are your parents' names? Do you know where his permanent residence is? Luo Jialan didn't think much of it. Are you going to check my account? Nope. Since you've become good friends at first sight, you should understand each other's basic situation, right? For example, where are you from? What are your parents' names, and where do you live? Does Yamaguchi Aiko know? He was trying to put himself in someone else's shoes. Luo Jialan pursed her lips. He's not a child. Who would want to know about this? Besides, when we make friends, what we value is the other party's situation. What does it have to do with family background? Vulgar, very vulgar. Oh, I thought it was human nature. After all, if one didn't know the other party's background, their friendship would be limited. Of course, Miss Luo and Yamaguchi Aiko's situation might be different. You two value each other, which is very good. Gun Yinji tilted her head. There was a hidden meaning behind her words. Luo Jialan quickly agreed. Of course, what we value is each other. We became good friends because we understood each other, not because of their family background. In other words, you don't know Yamaguchi Aiko's family background, and Yamaguchi Aiko doesn't know your family background? Gun Yinji frowned slightly and put on a puzzled expression. But why did she ask you to borrow 5 million euros? Normally, if someone didn't know about your financial situation, they wouldn't ask someone to borrow so much money, right? Luo Jialan, oh no, did I go too far? Gun Yinji's question made sense. 5 million euros was not a small amount. Even she felt the pinch when she took it out. In a moment of desperation, Luo Jialan remembered Gun Yinji's question and quickly filled in the blanks. Yes, most people wouldn't casually ask to borrow 5 million euros if they didn't know the other party's financial situation. But Yamaguchi Aiko knows a little about my family background. Think about it. I live in the Sief family's manor in France, and my surname is Hua. She knows my financial situation very well. I see. There are so many people with the surname Hua, and the Sief family owns a lot of manors. As far as I know, the place you guys are staying in France is an unused manor of average value. It belongs to a distant relative of the CF family. Just based on these two circumstances, she was able to speculate that you had the ability to borrow 5 million euros without writing an IOU. I think it's really unusual. After Gunyinji finished speaking, she smiled at Luo Jialan. Does she think you're a fool? Or sucker? Luo Jialan was slightly sullen. Why are you scolding me? I'm not scolding you. I just feel pity for you. Gunyinji spread her hands and raised her eyebrows slightly. The expression on her face was playful and sly. It's obvious that you don't know her family background, but she knows yours very well. She's targeting you. This is a trap. She sees that you're stupid and rich. So who else would she lie to if not you? You don't know anything about her, but you lent her 5 million euros without even writing an IOU. Such a sucker is unprecedented, isn't it? Gunyinji changed the topic. Luo Jialan's chest heaved in anger at Gunyinji's indirect scolding. She was about to retort when Gunyinji changed the topic and said, "But as far as I know, Miss Luo isn't an ignorant sucker. So why did you lend her money? What's the real reason? It'll be very difficult for you to clear the suspicion of money laundering." I said it's my own money. How? Is it money laundering? Luo Jialan was annoyed. How is that reasonable? Assisting in money laundering is also money laundering. Gunyinji's expression was slightly cold. If Yamaguchi Aiko is doing a legal business, you lend her money, and then she returns it to you. This is laundering the income from a legal business, commonly known as money laundering. Do you understand? If you don't explain why you lent the money to her, what she used it for, and whether she was doing legitimate business, then your suspicion of money laundering will become more and more obvious. Luo Jialan was shocked by Gunyinji's words, and her emotions fluctuated greatly. She immediately said, "It's not that I don't know anything about her. She's doing business in Europe and needs money to flow. If I didn't know about this, why would I lend her money? Then what kind of legal business is Yamaguchi Aiko doing? Even if it's an investment, which industry is it in? Which company? These are all things that can be found out." Gunyinji's topic began to revolve around Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Jialan thought to herself, "She's in the business of killing people. Why would I tell you about these things?" Just as she was thinking about how to continue making up stories, Kai Xingnan, who had been listening quietly from the side, suddenly said, "This is Yamaguchi Aiko's problem. It has nothing to do with my client. My client is stupid. She treated the other party as a friend, but she didn't expect to be deceived by the other party. So she was deceived of 5 million euros, and she wasn't cooperating with the other party to launder money." Kai Shangnan understood what she was getting at, so she quickly cut off Gunyinji's line of questioning and stopped her from continuing to circle around Yamaguchi Aiko. Kai Shangnan had a feeling that there was something wrong with Yamaguchi Aiko. In that case, she could just push all the suspicions onto Yamaguchi Aiko. Yamaguchi Aiko was already a dead person anyway. As the saying goes, the dead can't testify. This was the best way to get away with it. Luo Jialan didn't expect Kai Shangnan to call her stupid in front of so many people. She was instantly embarrassed and annoyed. But thinking about it carefully, Kai Xingnan's words were the most appropriate way to do it. Her words were unpleasant to hear, but they were effective. At least she was no longer suspected of cooperating with the money laundering, and she had become a victim. Luo Jialan had no choice but to agree. She said with a wronged expression, "Yes, I was tricked by her. I didn't know her real situation and intentions. I trusted her. How would I know she was lying to me?" "Really? Then you were tricked?" "You were tricked out of such a large sum of money. TSK. Hurry up and call the police." Gunyinji took out her phone. "Do you want me to call the police for you? A French, Swiss, or German police call? Which country do you choose? Why should I call the police?" Luo Jialan blurted out. "Yamaguchi Aiko is dead. Who can I ask for money from?" Gunyinji, after a while, her expression was solemn as she said slowly, "Yamaguchi Aiko is dead? Wouldn't that mean there's no evidence?" Luo Jialan's eyes flickered as she looked away and smiled dryly. Haha, I don't quite understand. Anyway, I know she's dead. Death is the most important thing, so let's forget about it." "How do you know she's dead? Where did she die? Did you see the body? Or did you attend the funeral?" Gu Nianji refused to give up and continued to ask. Luo Jialan was almost driven crazy by her questions. She said impatiently, "Dead is dead. She died in the Caribbean Sea. I heard she was killed by pirates. I didn't see the body, and I didn't attend the funeral. Is that okay? What a coincidence. Did she really die in the Caribbean Sea?" Gu Nianji's expression became even more solemn. "To tell you the truth, when I returned to the Gu family in Barbados, I was ambushed by pirates in the Caribbean Sea near Barbados. The person who led the pirates to kill me was Yamaguchi Aiko." Luo Jialan. What the F***CK? Yamaguchi Aiko had hunted down Gu Nianji in the Caribbean Sea? As an assassin, she could be said to be very dedicated. But why wasn't Gu Nianji the one who died? Her face twitched, and she forced a smile. "What a coincidence. Could it be that you've mistaken me for someone else?" Gu Nianji looked down and took out her phone. She rummaged through the photo album on her phone for a while and said, "I'm also worried that I've mistaken you for someone else." She found a photo, clicked on it, and showed it to Luo Jialan. "Look, is this the person?" Luo Jialan glanced at it. The photo that appeared on Gu Nianji's phone was a big head photo, just like the kind of photo that was aimed at her eyes when she left customs. The front was clear, and she was wearing a white silk blouse with a small round collar. Her long neck was exposed, and she didn't wear those black-rimmed glasses. She could see that her skin was fair, her face was like a silver plate, her small mouth, and straight black hair. It was the Yamaguchi Aiko in her memory. Luo Jialan nodded. "That's her." Then she asked curiously, "Why do you have a photo of her? Are you sure this is Yamaguchi Aiko?" Gu Nianji didn't answer directly. "Take a closer look. You guys are so familiar with each other. You've been together for a few months, right?" "Only 2 months." Luo Jialan didn't notice the trap at all and unknowingly told the truth. "This is her. I recognize the mole on her neck the size of a grain of rice." Gu Nianji's face darkened. "This is really fun. This person wasn't Yamaguchi Aiko, but Yamaguchi Yuko." Luo Jialan, "What's the name of this friend you made? Do you really know? Or did you deliberately hide it and lie to her face?" The last sentence was harsh and harsh. Luo Jialan's head buzzed, and she felt unwell. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1321. You can say she's very dedicated. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are 2 updates today. My dear friends, if the monthly votes reach 3,000 tomorrow, it will be 3 updates. Good night, everyone. Chapter 1332. Luo Jialan was flustered and stammered. How is that possible? Yamaguchi Yuko died a long time ago. She died more than a year earlier than Yamaguchi Aiko. Huh? Gu Nianji shushed her. You actually know Yamaguchi Yuko? Did Yamaguchi Aiko tell you that they were sisters? Yamaguchi Aiko had actually said this herself when she was hunting Gu Nianji in the Caribbean Sea. Gu Nianji actually didn't really believe her words, but it was still useful to use it to trick Luo Jialan. Luo Jialan didn't expect Gu Nianji to also know about the relationship between Yamaguchi Aiko and Yamaguchi Yuko. She quickly nodded and said, "That's right. I think you got the wrong photo, right? This is obviously Yamaguchi Aiko." She said she had a twin sister called Yamaguchi Yuko. "That's right." Gu Nianji clasped her hands. Yamaguchi Aiko was hunting me down because she wanted to avenge her sister, Yamaguchi Yuko. Do you know that too? Luo Jialan almost blurted out, "I know." When Kai Shengnan heard this, she felt that she had to stop Luo Jialan. "Miss Luo, you didn't tell me about this." She was also angry. It was obvious that the relationship between Luo Jialan and Yamaguchi Aiko was more than just good friends borrowing money from each other. But she didn't say a word to her. Now that she had been tricked into revealing it, she turned around and blamed her for not fulfilling her responsibilities as a lawyer. Kai Shengnan cursed Luo Jialan silently as she coughed and turned to look at Gu Nianji. "That's enough, Lawyer Gu. Your question now has nothing to do with your accusation of money laundering against my client. My client has no obligation to answer anything other than your accusation." Luo Jialan understood now and immediately shut her mouth. She didn't say anything else. Gun Yinji looked up at Kai Shengnan and said lightly, "How is this a topic other than the accusation? Since Luo Jialan and Yamaguchi Aiko have such close ties, and the owner of the account they transferred money to was hunting me down in Germany, and Yamaguchi Aiko herself was hunting me down in the Caribbean Sea, can you say that Luo Jialan has nothing to do with these two hunts? What connection could there be? At most, my client made friends carelessly. Are you going to blame her for what her friends did?" Kai Shengnan sneered. Her expression was relaxed, which made Luo Jialan feel a lot more at ease. Hee, if she didn't give Yamaguchi Aiko 5 million euros for free, I believe she really made a bad friend. But with such a large sum of money involved, you're telling me that she was careless in making friends? Sorry, that's because you have a problem with your IQ. You can't see such a simple logical connection. Gun Yinji mocked Kai Shengnan without hesitation. Kai Shengnan wasn't as easily manipulated by Gun Yinji as Luo Jialan was. She just smiled and said, "Whether there's a logical connection or not depends on how the court rules." "It's not whatever Lawyer Goose says." Gun Yinji's expression changed, and she said seriously, "That's right. It depends on how the court rules. It depends on whether you're willing to cover your eyes and pretend you can't see the evil in front of you, or if the judge and jury use normal thinking to reach a normal conclusion. In fact, Yamaguchi Aiko tried to kill me twice, and Luo Jialan gave Yamaguchi Aiko money to assist her in her pursuit. It could be considered as an accomplice in murder. Not only do I want to sue Luo Jialan for accomplice in murder, but I also want to add a huge punitive civil claim. Luo Jialan, just wait until you lose everything." Luo Jialan was so anxious that the veins on her forehead bulged. Gun Yinji had already sued her for attempting to murder Song Jining, and now she was going to sue her for assisting in Gun Yinji's murder. Was there an end to this? Luo Jialan ignored Kai Shengnan's look and immediately said, "I said I lent her the money. I was also deceived. I lost such a large sum of money. Where am I going to cry? What else do you want?" Kai Shengnan quickly said, "My client was clearly deceived." "Are you blind? Deceived? Did you call the police? Did you seek compensation from Yamaguchi Aiko's estate?" Gun Yinji pressed. "If you didn't, how can you tell me that you were deceived?" Kai Shengnan sneered. "Isn't it just calling the police?" She lowered her head and texted Luo Jialan on her phone. "It's up to you whether you want to call the police or not. If you don't call the police, you will be suspected of money laundering and accomplice in murder. If you call the police, these two charges can at least be cleared up quickly." Luo Jialan was puzzled, so she texted and asked, "How do I clear up? Yamaguchi Aiko is already dead. What's the use of calling the police? Are you out of your mind?" Kai Shengnan patiently explained to her, "Even if Yamaguchi Aiko is dead, her estate is still there. Someone in her family should have received her estate. We can seek compensation from the family who received Yamaguchi Aiko's estate. This way, Luo Jialan could get rid of at least two charges." Luo Jialan struggled for a long time. Her face alternated between red and white. She gritted her teeth and replied, "Call the police then. Why should I be afraid of her? Yamaguchi Aiko was dead anyway." Luo Jialan didn't leave any written evidence with Yamaguchi Aiko, so she shouldn't be afraid of Yamaguchi Aiko's family biting back at her. Besides, it wasn't certain if Yamaguchi Aiko had family. Luo Jialan remembered that Yamaguchi Aiko had vaguely told her that she and her sister, Yamaguchi Yuko, were dependent on each other and didn't have any other family. Now that both sisters were dead, Luo Jialan had no idea where their estate had gone. She didn't even know where their home was. But at this point, she only wanted to get rid of the two felony charges hanging over her head as soon as possible. "Okay, then call the police." Kai Shengnan and Luo Jialan finished their discussion via text message. They came up to Gun Yinji and said, "We've decided to call the police." "Okay, then call the police right away." Gun Yinji held her phone. "Do you want me to call the police?" Kai Shengnan. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Gun Yinji suspiciously. "Are you in such a hurry?" Gun Yinji retracted her hand and smiled. "No hurry. I'm not in a hurry. But if you want to delay it now, I don't have the time to compete with you in patience." If you don't call the police now, then I'll call the police. As she spoke, Gun Yinji pretended to dial the imperial capital's police hotline. Why are you calling the police? Kai Shengnan was even more suspicious. I'm Miss Luo's lawyer. You can't call the police without us, can you? Gun Yinji held the phone to her ear and looked at her in amusement. She said airily, Who said I was going to call the police for you? I'm doing it for myself. For yourself? Luo Jialan's heart sank. What do you mean? What do you mean? Gun Yinji sneered. I saw the accomplice who was after me. Do you think I could just watch you escape? Of course I'm going to call the police. What? Kai Shengnan was also stunned. Are you really going to call the police and accuse my client of being Yamaguchi Aiko's accomplice? Of course. You guys are so protective of this Yamaguchi Aiko that I have no choice but to have reasonable suspicions. As she spoke, Gun Yinji was already dialing. Luo Jialan panicked and quickly took out her phone to call the police. Without waiting for Gun Yinji to speak, she said repeatedly, I'll call the police. I was scammed of money. She couldn't let Gun Yinji call the police first to accuse her of being the killer's accomplice, so she could only call the police first. The police officer on the other side seemed to be surprised as well. After a while, he asked, May I ask where you're from? Where did you get scammed of money? How much did you scam? Was a phone scam or an internet scam? Luo Jialan came back to her senses and said nervously, I was scammed in Europe. They scammed me of 5 million euros. The police officer on the other side, how much were you scammed? 5 million euros. I have a bank transfer to prove the money. Luo Jialan calmed down and thought to herself, wasn't it just calling the police? Who wouldn't know how to do it? Then who scammed you of your money? Is she also a Huaxia Empire citizen? The police officer obviously felt that this case was probably not under their jurisdiction, so he asked in detail. Luo Jialan shook her head. She should be a Japanese citizen, right? Her name is Yamaguchi Aiko. The police officer on the other side entered the data and looked up the name Yamaguchi Aiko in the database. This was their working procedure. Every time, they would search the suspect database to see if there were any new discoveries. In the end, they found an unexpected result. He glanced at the information that had been retrieved, and the information stated that it was exclusive to the Special Operations Forces. He immediately became cautious and said to Luo Jialan kindly, This case involves a huge amount of money. Can you explain it in more detail? Luo Jialan glanced at Kai Shengnan. And she leaned over to the phone to listen. She nodded and said to the police officer, I'm Miss Luo's lawyer. Here's what happened. In Hui Shiwenong's VIP ward, Kai Shengnan and Luo Jialan could only be heard talking to the phone. Gun Yinji looked down at her phone. Hui Xiaoheng had sent her a text message asking her to stall for time. Her phone was on FaceTime with Hui Xiaoheng. Her phone was on silent, so Hui Xiaoheng's voice couldn't be heard, but the images and sounds on this side could be seen and heard through FaceTime. Hui Xiaoheng saw and heard it. Therefore, even though Hui Xiaoheng wasn't present, he knew everything that was going on in the ward like the back of his hand. Hui Shiwenong, who was lying on the hospital bed, was dumbfounded as he watched the development of the situation. He vaguely felt that things were beyond his control. Xie Xinxing, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back the entire time. He smiled as he watched Gun Yinji press forward and drag Luo Jialan in. He and his two staff members felt as if they were watching a stage play. On the other end of the phone, the police officer had already contacted the Special Operations Forces and reported new clues related to Yamaguchi Aiko to them. In the corridor outside the ward, Hui Xiaoheng walked out of the dark corridor unhurriedly. As he spoke into his Bluetooth headset, he calmly issued an order. All action teams, get ready. New clues have appeared. Immediately apply for legal procedures and take over the suspect from the Imperial Military General Hospital. He came to Hui Shiwenong's ward and stood in front of it. He lit a cigarette and silently stood in front of the window in the corridor to smoke. The window was slightly open, and the evening breeze blew in with the faint fragrance of flowers. In the ward, Gun Yinji was still pestering Luo Jialan and Kai Shengnan. She was arguing about who should call the police and trying to stall for time for him. Not long after, the Special Operations Forces team arrived in front of Hua Xiwenong's VIP ward. Hua Xiaoheng nodded at them. Have you obtained the power of attorney, arrest warrant, and search warrant? Got it. The leader of the operation team in front showed him 3 documents. The power of attorney was obtained from the police station where Luo Jialan had just reported the case, and the arrest warrant and search warrant were obtained from the court. Hua Xiaoheng still didn't go in. He said to the team leader, take 2 people in first. Don't be in a hurry to arrest them. Just show them your IDs. What he wanted was for these people to intimidate Luo Jialan psychologically. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he sent a text message to Gun Yinji's phone. Calm Luo Jialan down and ask her about the contents of the will. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1322, Husband and Wife Work Together. Work isn't tiring. A reminder for everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation tickets. It was the 3rd update today. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the monthly votes would be 3,000 plus updates, and the 3rd update would be around 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Little Chi Jio for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1333. Gun Yinji looked at the contents of Hua Xiaoheng's text message and frowned imperceptibly. Calm Luo Jialan down. Ask for the contents of the will. This will must be the will of Hua Xiaoheng's uncle, Hua Guanyuan, because this will was related to the ownership of the trust fund under Hua Guanyuan's name. Gun Yinji didn't care who Hua Guanyuan's trust fund was left to. She was only curious why Hua Xiwenong had hidden this will and hadn't announced it for so many years. Logically speaking, this was the will of his eldest son, Hua Guanyuan, and Hua Guanyuan was a martyr who sacrificed himself for the country. Was there anything shameful in his will? Gun Yinji hesitated. Her gaze swept past Luo Jialan's face, and the corner of her eye landed on grandfather Hua's face on the hospital bed. When she was arguing with Luo Jialan and Kai Shengnan, Hua Xiwenong had been looking at them with a dark gaze. His gaze made Gun Yinji feel a little apprehensive. For the first time, she felt the murderous aura on Hua Xiwenong's body. It wasn't inferior to Hua Xiaoheng's at all. Moreover, Hua Xiwenong had really fought in a big war. Every soldier who had walked out of the cruel battlefield had been tempered to be different. This old man definitely couldn't be underestimated. Gun Yinji composed herself and locked her phone. She held in her hand and said, "You've all called the police. I hope the police can take action quickly and help Miss Luo recover some financial losses." Luo Jialan quickly said, "Look, we've all called the police, and the police have already filed a case. Can your Swiss court charges be dropped?" Hua Xiwenong couldn't help but say, "Yes, everything is clear now. Jialan was deceived, not laundered money. Gun Yinji, can you withdraw the complaint? The trust fund doesn't need to be frozen anymore." Gun Yinji turned to Hua Xiwenong with a smile and pretended to be surprised. "Grandfather Hua is so concerned about Miss Luo's trust fund?" Hua Xiwenong was stunned, but he immediately said confidently, "That's my son's trust fund. How can I not be concerned? Jialan is my son's only daughter." Gun Yinji coughed and interrupted him. "Unfortunately, Luo Jialan isn't Uncle Hua's biological daughter. Not only is she not related by blood, but she's also changed her surname and moved her household registration out of the Hua family. So what? My eldest son recognizes her as his daughter. So she's my eldest son's daughter." Hua Xiwenong said firmly, like a father and grandfather who truly loved his son and granddaughter. Gun Yinji couldn't help chuckling and said dryly, "Now you know she's your eldest son's daughter. That's not what you said when you forced me to give up my position and wanted Luo Jialan to fake marry my fiancé, Major General Hua." Hua Xiwenong was so choked by Gun Yinji that he almost had a heart attack. His lips instantly turned purple. Because he was suppressing his anger, his temples were bulging. Gun Yinji glanced at him and was still a little afraid of his angry look. She quietly moved closer to Xie Xinxing. Xie Xinxing sensed Hua Xiwenong's uncontrollable anger towards Gun Yinji. He took a step forward and blocked Gun Yinji. He chuckled and said to Hua Xuanong, "Yo, there was such a thing. I didn't know that this cheap granddaughter of yours was really amazing. She was a granddaughter when needed. If he needed her to be his granddaughter-in-law, she would be his granddaughter-in-law. TSK, what a useful brick. She moved it wherever she was needed." Gu Nianji covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud behind Xie Xinxing's back. Kai Shengnan rolled her eyes. She couldn't stand Gu Nianji's attentive manner. She was a snob and only knew how to climb up the social ladder. An orphan girl had climbed up to Major General Hua's thigh, disregarding propriety and shame, and climbed into his bed. Now that she saw that the Xie family was richer and more powerful, she didn't even want her in-laws anymore. She only wanted to climb up the Xie family's tree. This Xie Xinxing was nothing more than this. He was being coaxed by someone like Gu Nianji. It was a waste of his father's high opinion of him. Kai Shengnan felt very upset. Luo Jialan felt even worse. She was clearly a member of the Hua family. Whether it was her father's stepdaughter or Hua Xiaoheng's wife, this position could only be hers. In the end, her love had been snatched away by a little orphan girl who had come out of nowhere. She was about to vomit. When she was in France, she thought that her dream of a lifetime had been shattered, until she met Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Jialan's eyes were a little moist as she recalled the past. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and said to Kai Shengnan, "Forget it. Let's go back first. You can give a reply to the Swiss court." Kai Shengnan nodded and said to the people in the ward goodbye. She turned around and followed Luo Jialan to the door of the ward. Before they reached the door was pushed open with a bang. 3 men in the black uniforms of the Special Operations Forces walked in. The man walking at the front almost bumped into Luo Jialan. He blocked her with his arm and stood still. He kept a distance from Luo Jialan as he held out 3 certificates in front of Luo Jialan. "May I ask if you're Luo Jialan? You just reported that you were defrauded by a Japanese named Yamaguchi Aiko in Europe, didn't you?" Luo Jialan's eyes flashed. She recognized the uniforms on these people and immediately said, "You're not the police. I reported the case to the police station." What she meant was that these people were suspected of impersonation. The man holding the 3 certificates nodded. "We're not the police. This is the authorization letter we got from the police station. The Imperial Military General Hospital Police Station has authorized our Special Operations Forces to handle this case." Hua Xiaoheng had interfered, hadn't he? Luo Jialan's chest skipped a beat. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether she was feeling joy or fear she should be afraid. But when she thought of how much Hua Xiaoheng was paying attention to her, she felt indescribably satisfied and gratified. Luo Jialan didn't answer the man's question. She looked for Gu Nianji to see her expression. However, Gu Nianji was standing behind the tall Xie Xinxing. She was completely blocked and didn't even show her face. Luo Jialan snorted coldly. She looked down on Gu Nianji's actions. Kai Shengnan took a step forward and walked to Luo Jialan's side. She carefully looked at the 3 certificates that the Special Operations Forces had taken out. She read the authorization letter from the Imperial Police Station several times and asked in confusion, "Are you really from the Special Operations Forces? This case is just an ordinary fraud case. Although the amount involved is a little large, it's essentially an economic crime. Why would the Special Operations Forces be alerted?" The member of the Special Operations Forces patiently explained, "Because the case committed by Yamaguchi Aiko and Yamaguchi Yuko was a threat to national security, and they were originally wanted criminals registered with the Special Operations Forces. Therefore, after Miss Luo called the police, according to the regulations, the local police station had no right to intervene in cases involving national security, so her Special Operations Forces took over the investigation." When Luo Jialan heard this, she immediately took a few steps back, and alarm bells rang in her heart. Oh no, she had still been tricked by Gu Nianji. She now understood why Gu Nianji insisted on her calling the police. She wanted to send her to the Special Operations Forces, right? This person was too cunning, too vicious, too cunning. Luo Jialan turned around and no longer hid the bone-piercing hatred in her eyes. "Gu Nianji, are you satisfied now? You did so much just to make me jump into the pit, didn't you?" Gun Yinji poked her head out from behind Xie Xinxing and shrugged nonchalantly. Miss Luo, do you really not know what you've done? Did I force you to give money to Yamaguchi Aiko so that she could come after me? Or did I give you money so that you can't wait to torture Ms. Song to death? Luo Jialan's face was livid, and she couldn't say a word. Kai Xingnan's gaze was already on the arrest warrant, and she immediately said, Is there a mistake? Why are you arresting my client, Miss Luo? What did she do to deserve to be arrested by your Special Operations Forces? You still don't understand? Gun Yinji continued to attack Kai Xingnan. Of course, she did something that endangered national security. Endangered national security? Hunting you down is considered endangering national security? You're so shameless. Kai Xingnan sneered at Gun Yinji. You guessed right. Gun Yinji clapped her hands a few times and applauded Kai Xingnan. She smiled and said, Hunting me down is indeed endangering national security. Kai Xingnan, your face is as big as a basin. She wished she could tear the smile off Gun Yinji's face. Gun Yinji raised her chin at her. Her smile was indeed very flamboyant and annoying. My face is a little smaller than yours. If my face is as big as a basin, then your face is as big as a drum. As she spoke, her gaze swept past Luo Jialan, who was scared out of her wits, and then landed on Grandfather Hua, who was lying on the hospital bed without saying a word. Gun Yinji lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment, then changed the topic to Grandfather Hua. Hua Xiwenong had single-handedly orchestrated everything that had happened today, but in the end, he had stayed out of it, as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. Thinking about Hua Xiaoheng's text message, Gun Yinji's mind raced. How could she use Luo Jialan as a breakthrough point to dig out the truth about Hua Guanyuan's will from Grandfather Hua? Her mind raced, and she pointed the spear at Hua Xiwenong. Grandfather Hua, if you have no objections, the Special Operations Forces can launch an operation to take Miss Luo away to assist in the investigation. Gun Yinji's words immediately reminded Luo Jialan. Yes, why was she only thinking of Kai Xingnan? Her biggest help should be old Master Hua. Luo Jialan quickly turned around and went to Grandfather Hua's bed. She sobbed and said, Grandfather, please help me. I'll agree to whatever request you have. I won't make any conditions. I'll keep my word. Although her tone was as low as dust, the meaning behind her words was full of threat. Hua Xiwenong stared at Luo Jialan, and his expression became colder and colder. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1323, The Greatest Help. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. The monthly tickets were delivered with 3,000 additional updates. The third update was around 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1334. Gun Yinji thought to herself that Luo Jialan was indeed in cahoots with Grandfather Hua. There were actually conditions between the two of them. She immediately added fuel to the fire. Miss Luo, what you said is wrong. Have you ever made conditions to Mr. Hua before? Grandfather Hua is your elder, and you call him grandfather. The Hua family has raised you for so many years, and everything you have was given by the Hua family. What conditions do you have to negotiate with Grandfather Hua? Besides, what do you mean by that? Do you still want Grandfather Hua to protect you? Luo Jialan's heart trembled when she heard this. She couldn't help but think of what Hua Xiwenong had said about her father, Hua Guanyuan's will, and she became angry at Hua Guanyuan. If he was so heartless, why did he marry her mother in the first place? She had called him dad for so many years, but he had only left them with a little bit of money. They really didn't treat her as a member of the Hua family. Since that was the case, why should she cover up for the Hua family? Luo Jialan raised her chin and her eyes narrowed. Grandfather, are you really so heartless? Won't you help me? Hua Xiwenong could tell that Luo Jialan was going to reveal their private deal in front of so many people. If Xie Xinxing wasn't here, Hua Xiwenong wouldn't have cared, but Xie Xinxing was here, so Hua Xiwenong felt a little embarrassed. He thought about it for a moment, then slowly raised his head and said kindly to Gun Yinji, Yinji, when it's possible to let someone go, one should forgive them. Don't continue to be so overbearing. Jialan knows that she is in the wrong. So please be merciful and let her live. She won't want to marry Xiaoheng anymore, so you can rest assured. The implication was that Gu Nianji was only targeting Luo Jialan for Hua Xiaoheng. Of course, this was also one of the reasons, but the nature of the whole thing changed completely when Gu Nianji found out that Luo Jialan was still working with Yamaguchi Aiko. This was no longer a simple matter of jealousy. It was a matter of life and death. The smile on Gu Nianji's face disappeared, and she said in a low voice, "She really knows she was wrong? Miss Luo, do you dare to swear that you know nothing about it? Everything was Yamaguchi Aiko's fault? You're just an innocent victim?" "I dare." Luo Jialan immediately raised her right hand. "If I know, let me be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." "No, there's no need for such an illusory oath." Gu Nianji shook her head. "You only need to say that if you knew, you will bear all the corresponding legal consequences." "All right, I swear, if I knew, I would bear all the corresponding legal consequences." Luo Jialan repeated Gu Nianji's words without missing a single word. "All right, you can arrest her now." Gu Nianji stepped to the side to make way for the 3 Special Operations Forces personnel. "She's the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on my life in Germany." "What?" Luo Jialan was completely confused. She glared at Gu Nianji and said fiercely, "How could it be me? It was clearly Yamaguchi Aiko. What's wrong with you? Could it be that all that had been said was a waste of breath? Do you not understand human language? You're the one who doesn't understand human language, and you're the one who's deliberately trying to confuse everyone." Gu Nianji looked at Luo Jialan without showing any weakness. She took a step forward and raised her chin slightly. Her eyes were clear and calm, and her aura was fully unleashed. "You're lying." "I'm not." Luo Jialan panicked. She clutched her chest weakly with both hands and looked at Kai Shangnan. "Lawyer Kai, help me. Help me, please. You took $6 million in advance from me, and you just won't say a word?" Kai Shangnan cursed in her heart that Luo Jialan had indeed blamed her, but she was also a little embarrassed to be accused of taking money and not doing anything. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Lawyer Gu, you have to bear legal responsibility for your words. Please don't slander my client. My client has already made it very clear that she met Yamaguchi Aiko in France, and Yamaguchi Aiko was the mastermind behind everything. Whether it was the assassination attempt on your life or the plot against you, it was all Yamaguchi Aiko's doing. It has nothing to do with my client. It really has nothing to do with her." Gu Nianji's face turned cold, and she looked straight at Kai Shangnan. "May I ask, Lawyer Kai, can you say something legally responsible? Your client told you everything, and do you know the whole truth?" Kai Shangnan shut her mouth. Of course she couldn't say that. She didn't know anything about Yamaguchi Aiko that Luo Jialan had just said. The only thing she knew was that Luo Jialan had told her that she didn't want to transfer the money herself. She was helping her friend Yamaguchi Aiko do business. She didn't even mention a word about what kind of business she was doing. "You can't guarantee it, can you?" Gu Nianji laughed and said slowly, "Lawyer Kai, don't get involved. I advise you to return the $6 million in advance to Luo Jialan, because you can't defend her in this matter." As Gu Nianji spoke, her cold gaze fell on Luo Jialan's pale face. "Luo Jialan, are you still insisting that you're the victim? Were you deceived by Yamaguchi Aiko?" Luo Jialan nodded in a daze and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? If you want others to believe your lies, you have to at least make your own lies sound." Gu Nianji curled her lips and shook a slender, fair finger. The natural pearlescent light on her fingernail almost reflected a rainbow under the lights of the ward. Luo Jialan subconsciously turned her head away and looked away. "How did I lie? I don't understand." Luo Jialan was puzzled. She had clearly made it up quite well. "You don't understand? Then I'll reluctantly explain it to you." Gu Nianji crossed her arms and chuckled. "Luo Jialan, you said that Yamaguchi Aiko became friends with you in Europe and asked you to borrow money from her. Then she died at the hands of pirates in the Caribbean Sea. So you can't repay the money you lent her, right?" Luo Jialan quickly nodded. Of course, you see. Shut up. Gun Yinji's expression suddenly became serious. You're still lying. I'll tell you where you've exposed yourself. Luo Jialan's heart pounded. What exactly went wrong? Everything was obviously flawless. Because of time, Gun Yinji said coldly. When you were making up your lies, you made up the wrong time. Luo Jialan suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed. Her legs were so weak that she could no longer stand, and she collapsed in front of Hua Xiuanong's bed. Gun Yinji took the arrest warrant from the member of the Special Operations Forces next to her and took another step forward. She looked down at Luo Jialan and placed the arrest warrant in front of her, causing her immense psychological pressure. Luo Jialan, you realize it, don't you? You said that Yamaguchi Aiko hunted me down in Germany, but then she died at the hands of pirates in the Caribbean Sea. But the truth is that Yamaguchi Aiko hunted me down in the Caribbean Sea and died at the hands of pirates last May. And I was in danger in Germany and was hunted down in September last year. Combined with what you said, then she died in the Caribbean Sea first, and then she hunted me down in Germany. May I ask how a dead person came back to life and appeared in Germany? Gun Yinji's tone became harsher and harsher. You deliberately mixed up the sequence of events and misled everyone. You made everyone believe that your transfer of money to York's bank account had nothing to do with you, but a dead person asked you to do it. That way, there would be no evidence. You're lying because you're covering up the truth. The truth is that there's no such person as Yamaguchi Aiko. You were the one in charge from beginning to end. Isn't that right, Luo Jialan? Gun Yinji spoke harshly and deliberately put all the blame on Luo Jialan. Of course, she knew that Yamaguchi Aiko was the one in charge. When she was in the Caribbean Sea, Gu Yanran had pretended to kill the middle-aged woman that Yamaguchi Aiko had disguised herself as in the Caribbean Sea. She had thought that Yamaguchi Aiko was really dead. It wasn't until Luo Jialan had pushed Yamaguchi Aiko out to clear her name of money laundering that Gun Yinji realized that Yamaguchi Aiko, or Yamaguchi Yuko, hadn't died in a car accident in Japan, nor had she died in the Caribbean Sea. This person was like a venomous snake hovering around her. Once the time was right, she would give her another fatal blow. This time, Luo Jialan had given herself away. Gun Yinji wouldn't let go of this opportunity. She had to investigate. This was also the reason why Hua Xiaoheng had asked the Special Operations Forces to take over the main investigation of this case from the Imperial Police Station. Yamaguchi Aiko, or Yamaguchi Yuko, wasn't dead. She was also closely related to the case of Gun Yinji's life in Germany. She might even be the mastermind. With Gun Yinji and Gu Xiaowen's contributions to the Huaxia Empire, hunting down Gun Yinji was, of course, endangering national security. Luo Jialan was on the verge of a breakdown. She had no idea that Yamaguchi Aiko had hunted down Gun Yinji in the Caribbean Sea and had even met her. She only remembered that Yamaguchi Aiko had said that her identity was very secretive and that she had died at the hands of pirates in the Caribbean Sea, so her plan would never be seen through. When Gun Yinji suddenly said that Yamaguchi Aiko had hunted her down in the Caribbean Sea, Luo Jialan had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Now, she realized that she had completely reversed the sequence of events. This was a fatal mistake. How could she make up for this mistake? No, she wasn't Yamaguchi Aiko. She couldn't be blamed for Yamaguchi Aiko's crimes. In her panic, Luo Jialan said, I don't know why Yamaguchi Aiko didn't die in the Caribbean Sea. I swear I met her in France. What a pity. She had just been glad that she hadn't left any clues related to Yamaguchi Aiko. But in the blink of an eye, she was racking her brains to prove that the two of them were related. What a great irony. Come on, you just swore that she died in the Caribbean Sea. Don't tell me that she personally told you that she died in the Caribbean Sea. Gun Yinji mocked her coldly, but saw the corners of Luo Jialan's eyes twitch twice. Gun Yinji suddenly understood. It seemed that Yamaguchi Aiko had even told Luo Jialan this. In order to make this friend, she had really confided in Luo Jialan. This was the third watch of the day. Chapter 1324, Fatal Mistake. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1335. Since Yamaguchi Aiko had even told Luo Jialan about this, then Luo Jialan must have known about Yamaguchi Aiko's pursuit of Gun Yinji in Germany. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much money to fund Yamaguchi Aiko's illegal activities. Gun Yinji's expression turned completely cold. This was no longer an ordinary act of aiding a tyrant. This was a proper act of collusion. The two of them were equally evil. Gun Yinji had never interacted with Luo Jialan at all, let alone become enemies with her. What was it that made Luo Jialan want to kill Gun Yinji? Just for Hua Xiaoheng? The corners of Gun Yinji's eyes twitched. She couldn't help but quickly tap on her phone to send Hua Xiaoheng a text. Hua Xiaoheng was smoking when he heard the sound of a text message coming in. He picked it up and looked at it. Thoughts are here. A handsome face is a source of trouble. Fury, fury, fury. JPG. What the hell? What the hell happened in the ward? Although Hua Xiaoheng was puzzled, he could resist the urge to push the door open and enter. He only replied with a string of words. Gun Yinji smiled when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's reply. Her mood miraculously improved, and she even felt a little guilty because Luo Jialan's actions had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng. She couldn't vent her anger on him just because he was popular, right? Gun Yinji's gaze fell on Luo Jialan, whose eyes were sparkling. She was in a bad mood again and said with a sullen face, "What's wrong? Still thinking about how to lie? Stop trying to quibble. That's right. You're not laundering money. You're actually hiring someone to kill someone. There's no such person as Yamaguchi Aiko at all. You've been manipulating everything from the beginning to the end." Luo Jialan was so frightened by Gun Yinji that she could only subconsciously deny it 3 times. "I didn't. Not me. I've never done it. If you say no, then no." Gun Yinji didn't want to let Luo Jialan off at all, so she pushed her further. "You're obviously jealous of me. In order to steal my fiancée, you didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to kill me in Germany. That's why I shouldn't sue you for money laundering, but for hiring assassins. Luo Jialan, you are too vicious. Normally, when a woman covets someone else's man, she'll at most become a mistress. But you're directly destroying her body." Luo Jialan shook her head quickly, and tears were about to come out of her eyes. She sat paralyzed in front of Hua Xiwenong's hospital bed and looked up to see Hua Xiwenong sitting on the hospital bed without saying a word. She thought to herself, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't agreed, I wouldn't have ended up like this." However, Hua Xiwenong acted as if he didn't see the look in her eyes. He suddenly said to Gun Yinji, "Now that it's proven that it's not money laundering, can you drop the charges of money laundering?" When Hua Xiwenong asked this, even Gun Yinji, who had a quick reaction time, couldn't help but be stunned. Luo Jialan was even more shocked. She was about to be accused of hiring a killer, but Grandfather Hua was still only concerned about whether the trust fund could be unfrozen. This was too much. How could Luo Jialan let Hua Xiwenong stay out of it? She gritted her teeth and finally said, "Grandfather Hua, have you forgotten what you promised me?" Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and she thought to herself that it was finally here. She immediately said, "Luo Jialan, don't drag Grandfather Hua into this. Your trust fund has nothing to do with Grandfather Hua." Luo Jialan was so angry that she couldn't breathe. If Hua Xiwenong hadn't anxiously asked her to transfer half of the trust fund to his cheap grandson, Zhang Wenjie, how could she have made Gun Yinji wary and freeze her trust fund in advance? Then she followed the clues and forced her to tell her everything about Yamaguchi Aiko. No wonder Yamaguchi Aiko had vowed that she would never mention her name in front of Gun Yinji. But how did she know that Gun Yinji had been present when Yamaguchi Aiko died at the hands of pirates in the Caribbean Sea? Luo Jialan kept cursing Yamaguchi Aiko. She wanted to drag her out and beat her up. At this moment, Gun Yinji waved the arrest warrant in front of Luo Jialan and provoked her further. "Luo Jialan, open your eyes and take a good look at this arrest warrant. I just want to remind you that our Huaxiao Empire has the death penalty." Luo Jialan was so scared that she turned around and knelt in front of Hua Xiwenong's bed. She reached out with both hands and grabbed Hua Xiwenong's arm. She said repeatedly, Grandfather Hua, Grandfather Hua, help me testify that Yamaguchi Aiko really exists. Hua Xiwenong's pupils constricted. He pushed Luo Jialan away forcefully and said with a frown, What nonsense are you talking about? Have you forgotten? When we were in France, Yamaguchi Aiko came to the Xie family's manor to pick me up one day. You even met her. Although he had only caught a glimpse of her at the entrance of the manor, and Hua Xiwenong had never spoken to Yamaguchi Aiko, he had indeed seen her once. However, Xiwenong didn't have a good attitude towards the Japanese. Although he didn't stop Luo Jialan from interacting with Yamaguchi Aiko, he didn't care about Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Jialan only hoped that Hua Xiwenong could prove that Yamaguchi Aiko was indeed still alive at that time and hadn't died in the Caribbean Sea. At the very least, she wasn't the main culprit of the contract murder. At this juncture, Luo Jialan could no longer make a choice. She could only choose the lesser of two evils. Hua Xiwenong was furious. He could already tell that Yamaguchi Aiko wasn't a good person. At that time in France, he had only taken a glance at the door and didn't see what the woman looked like at all. She wanted him to testify for her and get dragged into this mess. What a dream. Hua Xiwenong closed his eyes, and his aura suddenly withered. He leaned back on the big pillow weakly and said, Jialan, don't force me to say things that go against my heart. I don't remember seeing such a person at all. How do you want me to testify for you? Luo Jialan's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. Hua Xiwenong's words kept echoing in her mind. I don't remember seeing such a person at all. I don't remember seeing such a person at all. I don't remember seeing such a person at all. Was he burning the bridge before crossing the river? Luo Jialan held onto the edge of Hua Xiwenong's bed and knelt straight. She begged again with a pained heart. Grandfather Hua, I beg you, please think again. Think again. That day, Yamaguchi Aiko came to look for me for dinner and shopping. We met you at the entrance of the manor. Hua Xiwenong closed his eyes as if he hadn't heard Luo Jialan's words. Luo Jialan begged in every way possible, but Hua Xiwenong didn't say a word. Gu Nianji kept nagging at her. Luo Jialan, I advise you not to do useless work. Grandfather Hui used to be a general in the Huaxia Empire's military, so why would he give you false testimony? You'd better go with your comrades from the Special Operations Forces and explain how you hired a hitman to kill someone. On account that you're the child of a martyr, I'll plead with the court not to sentence you to death. But if she was convicted, even if it wasn't the death penalty, it would still be life imprisonment. Then what was the point of living? She might as well die. But before she died, she had to drag a few people down with her. Luo Jialan's face darkened. She lowered her head and gripped the edge of the thin blanket on Hua Xiwenong's hospital bed tightly with both hands. She muttered, Grandfather Hua, as long as you can testify for me, I'll agree to any of your conditions. TSK, Luo Jialan. Do you think Lawyer Kai and I are dead? You're talking about bribing witnesses in front of us. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Besides, the trust fund has already been frozen, so don't give me an empty check. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and sneered. All that was left was to tap her feet. Luo Jialan turned around to look at her. Gu Nianji didn't hide her disdain and looked at her as if she was looking at a pile of trash. Luo Jialan glanced at her resentfully, then turned back shakily and said to Hua Xiwenong, Grandfather Hua, are you really going to watch me die? Aren't you going to fulfill the conditions we agreed on? You promised me that if I transferred half of the trust fund to your grandson, Zhang Wenjie, you would let me marry Major General Hua. As soon as she said this, Hua Xiwenong suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight. He waved his fists and roared, I'm ignoring you, so you're talking more and more nonsense? When did I? Grandfather Hua, you don't think that I'll agree to hand over half of my assets just because you said it, do you? Luo Jialan propped herself up on the edge of the hospital bed and struggled to stand up. I recorded what you said to me back then. I was preparing for this day. Luo Jialan was well aware of how cold Hua Xuanong was. In order to prevent him from going back on his word and burning the bridge after crossing it, she had also used a little trick. She had secretly recorded the two of them discussing the conditions. Hua Xuanong's voice stopped abruptly, and his face was filled with shock. What? What did you say? You actually recorded it. Xie Xinxing's face darkened when he heard Luo Jialan's words. He said, Hua Xuanong, when did you have a grandson with the surname Zhang? Don't you only have one grandson, Xiaong? Xie Xinxing actually knew about the matter between Hua Xuanong and head nurse Zhang, but he would never admit the relationship between Zhang Feng and Hua Xuanong. Even if they had grandchildren, Xie Xinxing still couldn't find this person. He treated the Zhang family as insignificant passers-by. Gun Yinji also asked curiously, why did Luo Jialan have to give half of the trust fund to Zhang Wenjie? That's so strange. This is obviously Uncle Hua's inheritance, and also old Madame Xie's inheritance. If I remember correctly, this is her dowry, which is also her pre-marriage property. How can it be given to the grandson of a mistress? Isn't this too outrageous? She shook her head and said with a smile, I don't believe it. Grandfather can't be so brainless and shameless. Luo Jialan must be lying again, right? Hua Xuanong was thick-skinned. He couldn't care less about the sarcasm in Gun Yinji's words. He nodded with a red face. Yes, she's lying. I couldn't have said such a thing. He knew very well that his plot with Luo Jialan was based on the word secret. Once this matter was exposed, it would be completely destroyed, just like the photographic film. So he denied it and said, Luo Jialan is full of lies. Even the audio recording can't be trusted. It must have been forged. Gun Yinji quickly nodded in agreement. You're right. Luo Jialan does like to lie. I just exposed her using a dead person trick us, and now she's putting the blame on you. She doesn't know how to repent. That's too much. Gun Yinji's every word put a lot of pressure on Luo Jialan. Luo Jialan's mind buzzed, and the last string of reason was finally broken by Gun Yinji. She clenched her fists and glared at Hua Xuanong. She enunciated each word clearly. Grandfather Hua, you're not admitting it now? When you used my father's will to trick me, you sounded so convincing. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1325, Femme Fatale. A reminder for everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. My dear friends, the monthly votes would be 3,300 tomorrow, and it would be 3 updates. The second update was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1336. She finally said it. Hua Xuanong's eyes flashed with panic, but it was only for a moment. He immediately regained his composure, frowned, and said, Luo Jialan, you're angry now, so it's inevitable that you'll be swayed by your emotions and say something unpleasant. I advise you to think twice before you speak. Don't say something you'll regret. This was a warning to Luo Jialan not to speak nonsense. However, Gun Yinji wouldn't give Luo Jialan a chance to weigh the pros and cons. She sneered and put her hands in her trouser pockets. She glanced sideways at Luo Jialan and clicked her tongue. Fisk, haven't you given up on the chance to drag Grandfather Hua down? Grandfather Hua already said that you have to think twice before you act. Aren't you courting death by fighting Grandfather Hua? This perfect round of embellishment to sow discord made Luo Jialan, who had already lost her rationality, even angrier. Her entire body was trembling, her eyes were bloodshot, and her cheeks were abnormally red. She stared at Hua Xuanong's uncomfortable expression and sneered. What's wrong? You don't want me to tell you about my father's will? With that, she turned to look at Gun Yinji with a desperate expression. I want to see Major General Hua. I have something important to tell him. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and raised her hand to look at her plump fingernails. She said slowly, Major General Hua is so busy. How can he have time to see you? If you have something to say, say it now. What's so difficult about it? She hinted at Luo Jialan. Your lawyer is here, and so is Grandfather Xie. Neither of them is easy to deal with. Xie Xinxing, she didn't want to be compared to a lamp, even if it wasn't easy to deal with. Kai Shengnan sighed. She didn't want to offend Hua Xiueno. She walked over and tugged at Luo Jialan's lapel. She whispered, "Jialan, you're too emotional today. Stop talking. Let's go back and have a good discussion, okay?" She could tell that Luo Jialan had completely fallen into Gun Yinji's trap and was exposing more and more of her trump cards. What chance did they have of winning? Luo Jialan turned to look at her. "Lawyer Kai, can you help me say something? I really lent that money to Yamaguchi Aiko." Kai Shengnan thought to herself, "What can I do if you can't produce evidence against Yamaguchi Aiko?" She only looked at Luo Jialan and smiled. Luo Jialan was very disappointed with Kai Shengnan. She looked at Gun Yinji and said, "I still want to see Major General Hua." Gun Yinji thought about it and said, "Hua Xiao really can't come. Do you have any reason to insist on seeing him? If your reason is good enough, I'll help you think of a way." Luo Jialan immediately said, "It's about my father, Hua Guanyuan's will. If Major General Hua doesn't see me, it will be a great loss to him." She was in for a penny now. Hua Xiuenong refused to help her anyway, and she was going to face life in prison. What was the point of having so much money? At this time, if she could use that money to buy her life, she would not hesitate. Gun Yinji pretended to ponder and said, "How big a loss? If Major General Hua is willing to meet me, I can transfer all of the trust fund left by my father to him," Luo Jialan said in a deep voice. Hua Xiuenong was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. She was determined to oppose him, wasn't she? "Luo Jialan, what right do you have to deal with my son's legacy? Do you really think you have a right to inherit my son's legacy?" Hua Xiuenong sneered. "Don't forget, half of my son's legacy is mine." Hua Xiuenong didn't want to use this trick unless it was absolutely necessary. He had endured it for 17 years and hadn't mentioned it, but now he couldn't help it anymore. If he didn't say it now and let that little b asterisk tch Luo Jialan spout nonsense, the trust funds would never reach his other son's hands. Luo Jialan suddenly turned around and looked at Hua Xiuenong. "What did you say? That's not what you said at the time." "I didn't say anything before." Hua Xiuenong interrupted her with a cold expression. "My sons didn't mention the distribution of property, so according to the inheritance law, both you and I have the right to inherit my son's estate." Ninji nodded with a smile and echoed, "Grandfather Hua is right. If there is no will, or if the will doesn't mention the inheritance of property, then according to the inheritance law, spouse, children, and parents are all the first heirs. However, Grandfather Hua won't get half of Uncle Hua's inheritance. Because according to this order, after Hua Guanyuan died, Luo Xinxue, Luo Jialan, and Hua Xiuenong could split his inheritance equally. Luo Jialan could also inherit the portion of the property left behind by Luo Xinxue, so Luo Jialan could inherit 2/3, while Hua Xiuenong could only inherit 1/3 at most, less than half. Hua Xiuenong's face turned red. He had forgotten about Luo Xinxue. He continued to say coldly with a sullen face, 1/3 it is. Anyway, Luo Jialan, you have to spit out the part that belongs to me. You can't lose a single cent of the principal income over the years. I thought you were pitiful, so I didn't mention it. I didn't expect you to get worse and even look down on me." Luo Jialan was extremely disappointed with Hua Xiuenong. She sneered and said, "1/3? You're willing to give me 2/3 now? Didn't she say that her father's will didn't leave the trust fund to her? Liar. They're all liars." Hua Xiuenong was speechless by Luo Jialan, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. However, he still insisted that Hua Guanyuan's will didn't mention the distribution of property. Luo Jialan could tell that Hua Xiuenong didn't dare to take out the will, so she became more and more fearless. She shook her head and said, "I don't believe you. My father's will must have been written for my mother. Were you up to by hiding it from us? And I don't believe that my father wouldn't make any arrangements for such a huge trust fund." Gun Yinji also nodded. "Miss Luo is right. Uncle Hua doesn't seem like such a hopeless person. Luo Jialan insisted on seeing Hua Xiaoheng again and said that she wouldn't let them down. Gunyinji thought about it for a moment and said, Major General Hua really can't come to see you at this time, but I'll connect you to his FaceTime. Then you can talk to him, okay? In fact, Hua Xiaoheng was in the corridor outside the ward with the other members of the Special Operations Forces. Hearing Gunyinji's words through the Bluetooth headset, Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone. FaceTime was still on. Hua Xiaoheng's handsome and solemn face appeared on the screen of the phone. The light was a little dim, so she couldn't see what was going on around her, but Hua Xiaoheng's face seemed to be glowing. He was so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. Luo Jialan acted as if she had seen her savior and immediately said, Major General Hua, I want to tell you, Yamaguchi Aiko really did all of this. She's not dead. Also, my father has a will, and it's in the hands of Grandfather Hua. Grandfather Hua once made an agreement with me that if I transferred half of the trust fund to his other grandson, Zhang Wenjie, he would agree to let me marry you. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. How can I believe such words? In this day and age, parents can't arrange marriages, let alone grandparents. Luo Jialan, if you want to make up lies, you have to make it logical. Luo Jialan blushed. How did she know that Hua Xiaoheng didn't care about Hua Xiwenong at all? At her level, what she saw and heard was that parents had absolute control over their children's marriage. Yes, it was indeed freedom of marriage now, and no one could force another person to marry. However, for people of their class, if they didn't listen to their parents, they would lose too much. Almost no one could resist this temptation. Therefore, even if they didn't love each other, or even if they played their own games after marriage, they would still obediently listen to their parents' arrangements for marriage. The gap between the upper class and the lower class could not be bridged by marriage. This was also the reason why Luo Jialan didn't understand Hua Xiaoheng. She thought that no matter how much Hua Xiaoheng liked Gunyinji, he would at most let her be his mistress for the rest of his life and wouldn't marry her. The person who could marry him could only be someone from their circle. She had misjudged Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Xiwenong. Gunyinji hated hearing Luo Jialan say such things the most, so she didn't hesitate to refute her. Luo Jialan, I think you're really full of lies. How many lies have you told today? You've already exceeded the limit. Hua Xiwenong quickly said, Yes, she's lying. There's no such thing. Why would I do that? Besides, Nyinji and Xiaoheng are engaged. It's because the whole world knows about Major General Hua and Gu Nyinji's engagement that you have a showdown with me. Luo Jialan angrily accused Hua Xiwenong and said without hesitation, You said that according to my father's will, all the trust fund were left to Major General Hua. It has nothing to do with me. Otherwise, why would she be tempted to have both the money and the man? The atmosphere in the ward suddenly quieted down. Everyone's expressions froze in time, like statues. This is today's second update, Chapter 1326, Mistaken. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Dear friends, it's the third update when the monthly votes reach 3,300 tomorrow. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 1337. Gu Nyinji had heard from Song Jining that Hua Guanyuan had a will and had given all his assets to Hua Xiaoheng, so she wasn't particularly surprised. She could only sigh. So, it was true. Hua Guanyuan could be said to be quite infatuated. It was a pity that he didn't use the right method and missed the opportunity with Song Jining. However, although Gu Nyinji already knew, she still pretended to be very shocked. The three members of the Special Operations Forces were even more shocked. They felt like they had heard something they shouldn't have. However, he did not dare to go out immediately, so he could only brace himself and listen from the side. Kai Xingnan was surprised and embarrassed. Her eyes kept darting between Hua Xiwenong and Luo Jialan. If what Luo Jialan said just now was true, then she really had to reevaluate Luo Jialan's strength and see if it was worth letting her continue to be her lawyer. Fortunately, she had already received an advance of $6 million, so she wouldn't lose everything. Luo Jialan looked at Hua Xiwenong's dejected face and finally felt better. Since you refused to save me, then let's have a life and death struggle. Hua Xiwenong only felt the smell of blood coming from his throat. He endured it again and again before he swallowed it down. However, his face was burning hot. His old face had been torn off by Luo Jialan's words. Xie Xinxing snorted and walked to Hua Xiwenong's bed with his hands behind his back. He said condescendingly, "Hua Xiwenong, you're amazing." He even dared to hide his own son's will. He would rather let the property fall into the hands of his unrelated granddaughter than give it to Xiaoyang. I really regret that I should have forced my sister to divorce you back then. In that era, if Xie Zian divorced Hua Xiwenong would have no future. Although a military marriage wasn't easy to divorce, Xie Zian had evidence of Hua Xiwenong's affair in her hands. This was a matter of style. It was entirely possible that Hua Xiwenong would be expelled from the organization and then expelled from the military. If it was more serious, he could even go to jail. Hua Xiwenong, touch your conscience and ask yourself, are you worthy of my sister? What did my sister do to you? Without our CF family, do you think you can rise so fast? Xie Xinxing had never been so harsh in front of others. Even if the other party had really relied on the CF family to obtain these results, the CF family would not be arrogant. Leave a way out for others in the future. They knew how to do things, and they knew how to conduct themselves. However, Hua Xiwenong had gone too far. Xie Xinxing didn't want to give him any face anymore. Do you really miss your head nurse that much? Other than doing some things within the scope of her duties, what else did she do for you that you can't forget her? Hua Xiwenong flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "Who can't forget her? What I regret the most is getting involved with her." Not only did he lose his status, military rank, and treatment, but he was also ridiculed by his relatives and friends. He couldn't raise his head no matter where he went. Other than Gun Yinji, the person he hated the most was Zhang Feng. Gun Yinji had exposed the truth that he had spent 17 years trying to cover up and had almost driven him into a dead end. You regret it? You're still thinking of ways to give my sister's inheritance to you and Zhang Feng's grandson? Xie Xinxing wanted to slap him again. Hurry up and hand over Guan Yuan's will. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Feng is Zhang Feng, and Bao Chen is Bao Chen. Don't mix them up. Hua Xiwenong didn't care anymore. Since they had already fallen out, why should he care so much? Who's Bao Chen? Don't tell me you have a mistress? Xie Xinxing was shocked. Hua Xiwenong, do you know how old you are? Gun Yinji smiled bitterly and quickly said, Zhang Baochun is Zhang Feng and grandfather Hua's illegitimate son. Zhang Wenjia is Zhang Baochun's son, and Zhang Feng and grandfather Hua's grandson. Haha, you're really worried sick about your illegitimate son. The corners of Xie Xinxing's eyes twitched. What's wrong with Guan Yuan and Guanchen? Do you not treat them as human beings? Do you have to humiliate them like this? Even humiliate your dead wife. Hua Xiwenong straightened his neck and said angrily, why don't I treat my two sons as human beings? Guan Yuan and Guanchen both rose to high positions in the military at a young age, not to mention Xiaoyang. He was supported by his grandmother since he was young, and with his father and my status and influence in the military, he was promoted to Major General at a younger age than his uncle. Are you still not satisfied? But what does Baochen have? He didn't have a father since he was young. You don't know how he survived. When he came back to me, I couldn't help him on the surface. I just wanted to give him some money so that he could live a better life. Why don't you like it? You also have a son. You're both flesh and blood. How can I be biased? Gun Yinji listened from the side and felt uncomfortable. She didn't know Hua Guanyuan and Hua Guanchen's situation, but she knew Hua Xiaoheng all too well. Grandfather Hua actually said that Major General Hua was promoted to Major General because of him. He really didn't know his place. Wasn't he afraid of biting his tongue? Gun Yinji said coldly, Grandfather Hua, don't talk nonsense. Major General Hua risked his life to become a Major General. What does that have to do with you? He's been out for so many years, and you don't even know what he does. How dare you say that it was because of your status and influence in the military? She spread her hands. Your Major General Hua's negative asset. It's already good enough that you're not holding him back. How could he rely on your influence? If it was really because of your influence, he would have been kicked out of the family. Did Major General Huo look good with a grandfather who had been stripped of his military rank and forced to retire? These were all points that would be taken away from his resume. Xie Xinxing nodded repeatedly. Well said. Huo Xiwenong, you're too shameless. If you have the ability, then rely on your own abilities to raise your illegitimate son and illegitimate son's brat. Why are you trying so hard to steal your son's inheritance? Besides, your boss's inheritance is actually my sister's inheritance. It's the CF family's asset. What right do you have to scheme against it? How did I scheme against it? That's already my son's inheritance, and I have a share. Hua Xuanong said righteously. Does Xiaoheng still care about this little bit of money? His grandmother left 80% of her trust fund to him. Guan Yuan's share is only 10%, so why would he care about it? How could he watch his uncle and cousin live in poverty when they're all his own flesh and blood? Hua Xiwenong, you could be said to be very shameless. Xie Xinxing almost spat on Hua Xiwenong's purplish-red face. Whether Xiaoheng has money or not is his business. What does it have to do with Zhang Baochen and Zhang Wenjie? They don't have money, so they can only blame themselves for not having a rich grandmother. Who told Zhang Feng to have no money? The more Xie Xinxing said this, the more Hua Xiwenong pitted Zhang Baochen's family. They were all his flesh and blood, but their statuses were worlds apart. How could he bear it? He gritted his teeth and refused to take out Hua Guanyuan's will. He even said, "Don't be fooled by this woman. Guanyuan's will is long gone. I was so grief-stricken back then that I don't know where I put it. Do you think we'll believe you?" Xie Xinxing pressed. "We can sue you in court. Go ahead." Hua Xiwenong sneered. "If you sue me, I'll jump off the 20th floor." Xie Xinxing was shocked by Hua Xiwenong's shameless attitude, but he quickly came back to his senses. He sneered and said, "If that's the case, then we have nothing to say. From now on, I have nothing to do with you, Hua Xiwenong, and don't call us relatives. I only recognize Xiaoheng and Nianji. If Guanchen recognizes me as his uncle, I won't make things difficult for him. As for you, I'm sorry. From now on, we'll be strangers. Don't tell anyone that you know me, let alone that I'm your in-law." Hua Xiwenong was also stunned by Xie Xinxing's harsh words. He had just said that to scare them, so that they wouldn't force him to take out Hua Guanyuan's will. In the end, Xie Xinxing directly wanted to sever ties with him. He had wanted Zhang Baochen's family to get closer to the Xie family. Xie Zian had passed away for so many years. Why couldn't they treat Zhang Baochen's family well for his sake? In the past, Xie Zian was the legal wife, and Zhang Baochen had to call her mother. The Xie family was also Baochen's maternal family. Hua Xiwenong's eyes flickered. He wanted to give in, but there were so many outsiders in the ward, so he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing that Hua Xiwenong was about to soften, she quickly said, "Grandfather Hua, actually, Grandfather Xie just wants to see Uncle Hua's will. If you don't remember where you put it, I'll help you find it. Or, let Major General Hua send someone to help you find it. I know that the Special Operations Forces have specialized experts who are good at finding lost items." "Grandfather Hua, so you don't have a will? Then why did you lie to me and say that you did? And you said that my father's trust fund wasn't left to me, but to Major General Hua?" Luo Jialan mocked Hua Xiwenong. "I think you might as well think about whether you saw Yamaguchi Aiko when you were in France. That way, you'll get more benefits." She was hinting to Hua Xiwenong that as long as he testified that Yamaguchi Aiko had indeed been in contact with her at that time, she would give half of the trust fund to Zhang Wenjie. Hua Xiwenong also regretted it at this moment. He should have casually said that he had seen her once, but they hadn't spoken, and they weren't familiar with each other. He shouldn't have denied it and forced Luo Jialan to drag him down with her. Of course, Gun Yinji was the most despicable. She only knew how to sow discord. She had ulterior motives for saying so many things just now. "Don't treat me like a fool." Hua Xiwenong glanced at Gun Yinji coldly and said, "You're Xiaoheng's fiancé. Since this matter involves Xiaoheng, you should avoid arousing suspicion and not be involved in this case anymore." Gun Yinji was stunned. Good Lord Long Dedong. Grandfather Hua still had a trick up his sleeve. Kai Shengnan was also stunned for a moment. Then her face lit up with joy. She added, Grandfather Hua is right. Since Major General Hua is an important party to the inheritance, Lawyer Gu really should avoid arousing suspicion. You can't be the defense lawyer for this case anymore. As long as she could squeeze Gu Nianji out, Kai Shangnan was confident that she would win, whether it was Song Jining suing Luo Jialan for intentional murder, the money laundering case in the Swiss court, or even the will case that was beginning to take shape. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Why should I avoid arousing suspicion? May I ask, Lawyer Kai, have you seen Mr. Hua Guanyuan's will? Kai Shengnan smiled and shook her head. Of course I haven't seen it, but my client said, I'm sorry, what your client said is neither a legally binding will nor a legal provision, so her words have no effect. Gu Nianji stretched out her finger and shook it. She turned to look at Hua Xiwenong. Grandfather Hua, you keep saying that this matter involves Major General Hua, so I should avoid arousing suspicion. So you admit that Mr. Hua Guanyuan has a will, and that his trust fund belongs to Major General Hua? Of course not. Hua Xiwenong immediately denied. He does have a will, but it doesn't mention any distribution of property, so his trust fund can only be inherited by Jialan and me. That's it. Gu Nianji clasped her hands. What does this have to do with Major General Hua? If it doesn't involve Major General Hua, then it has nothing to do with me. If that's the case, then why should I avoid arousing suspicion? Why should I withdraw from these lawsuits? Kai Shengnan and Hua Xiwenong were both stunned. They looked at each other with Luo Jialan and the other two. They hadn't expected Gu Nianji to dig another trap for them in the blink of an eye. If they wanted Gu Nianji to withdraw from these lawsuits, then they would have to show Hua Guanyuan's will. And Hua Xiwenong refused to take out the will no matter what, so they had no legitimate reason to make Gu Nianji withdraw. If Gu Nianji didn't withdraw, how are they going to fight this lawsuit? This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1327, The Person I Hate Most. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. It's the third update today. At around 1 p.m., the monthly tickets will be 3,300 plus updates. The third update will be at around 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Hongyun Zhaoxia and Lu Xiaodi for each tipping 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah! Chapter 1338. Xie Xinxing laughed loudly and gave Gu Nianji a thumbs up. Good. Little Nianji, good job. Good job. Good job. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes sparkled with a sly light as she said modestly, Granduncle, you flatter me. Xie Xinxing patted her shoulder. Granduncle wasn't wrong about you. You're indeed capable. As he spoke, he turned to look at Hua Xiwenong, who was lying on the hospital bed. I think you shouldn't be stubborn and struggle. Take out Guanyuan's will, and I won't hold you accountable. Hua Guanyuan's trust fund had never fallen into Grandfather Hua's hands. Hua Xiwenong's eyes were gloomy and indignant. He had planned this for so long, and he wasn't going to give up just because of few threats. The ward fell silent for a moment. Kai Shengnan and Luo Jialan actually stood on both sides of Hua Xiwenong's hospital bed and stood next to him. Gu Nianji and Xie Xinxing retreated to the window and lowered their heads to whisper. The three staff members of the Special Operations Forces remained calm as they texted Hua Xiaoheng for instructions on what to do next. In the corridor outside the ward, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly heard a sound from the elevator. Someone was coming. He quickly turned around and led the remaining members of the Special Operations Forces to the corner where he had been hiding. The elevator door opened. Zhang Baochun, the illegitimate son of Hua Xiwenong and the head nurse, Zhang Feng, walked out of the elevator with his son, Zhang Wenjie, and daughter, Zhang Wenna, carrying a large fruit basket and an exquisite food box. You two have to greet grandfather when you see him later. Remember to be good and don't make him angry. Wenjie, do you have your passport and identity documents? Hua Xiwenong had asked them to bring these documents. I did. Why did you bring these? Zhang Wenjie looked impatient. The old man does whatever he wants, and you're just messing around. I'm so filial. Filial. Do you understand? Zhang Baochen knocked Zhang Wenjia's head in disappointment. In the ward, Gun Yinji stood beside Xie Xinxing with her arms crossed, but her eyes were fixed on Hua Xiwenong's bed. Her mind raced. Why did Hua Xiwenong hide Hua Guanyuan's will? If what Song Jining and Luo Jialan said was true, and Hua Guanyuan really left the entire trust fund to Zhang Wenjia, then why would Hua Xiwenong dare to let Luo Jialan give half of it to Zhang Wenjia? Gun Yinji believed that Luo Jialan wasn't a good person either. If it hadn't been for Immerse, it wouldn't have been easy for her to give in. Was there really something in the will that they didn't know? Gun Yinji thought about it over and over again, then looked thoughtfully at Hua Xiwenong, who was lying on the hospital bed with a gloomy expression. Her dark, jade-like eyes darted around. She walked up to Hua Xiwenong and looked down at him. Grandfather Hua, Uncle Hua's will was once in your hands, wasn't it? This was something Hua Xiwenong couldn't deny, because the military had accurate records. This was handed over to the Hua family. Hua Xiwenong nodded and said with a sullen expression, He did give it to me, but I was too sad back then and didn't know where I put the will. Maybe I was too sad and tore it up. Then have you read this will? Gun Yinji asked quietly again. Her gaze was clear and gentle, making it impossible for anyone to resist it. Hua Xiwenong's mind raced, and he nodded again. I read it once, so I know that there was no distribution of his property in the will. Then why did you tell Luo Jialan that there was? I didn't say that. Luo Jialan was lying. Hua Xiwenong denied it flatly. Even the recording was fake. In fact, it was easy for experts to verify whether the recording was fake or not with audio analysis. However, Gun Yinji didn't want to push Hua Xiwenong too hard on this matter. She had more important questions to ask. Therefore, she didn't refute him. She only said, You and Luo Jialan both have their own opinions on this matter, and the evidence in each other's hands isn't very complete, so I'll be suspicious for now. Therefore, she wouldn't let Luo Jialan's preconceived statement occupy her thoughts. Gun Yinji asked again, if the will didn't specify the distribution of the estate, then what did it say? Hua Xiwenong had already come back to his senses and quickly shook his head. It's been more than 10 years. Who still remembers? But you just said that you remember that there was no content about the distribution of the estate. Gun Yinji calmly reminded Hua Xiwenong. Could it be that you have selective amnesia about the contents of the will? Why don't we try hypnosis by psychiatrist? This will help you recall what was written in Uncle Hua's will. Impossible. Hua Xiwenong objected firmly. I don't have amnesia, and I don't need a psychiatrist to hypnotize me. Then what should we do? You refuse to see a doctor, and you say that you don't remember the contents of the will, and you even lost the will. Gun Yinji gently tapped her left cheek with a fair and tender finger. What do you think is the possibility of so many coincidences happening at the same time? Hua Xiwenong didn't speak. He leaned against the hospital bed with a sullen face. I'm tired. All of you go out. Otherwise, I'll call the doctor. Gun Yinji smiled and raised her hand. Grandfather Hua, don't worry. I still have something to ask. Hua Xiwenong simply closed his eyes. Gun Yinji pretended not to see it. She organized her thoughts and said, Let's first explain the will from a legal perspective. According to the law, a will refers to a legal act that a citizen, to the extent permitted by the law, makes a personal disposition of his or her estate or other affairs in a manner prescribed by law while he or she is still alive, and takes effect upon the death of the person concerned. So from the nature of a will, it is a personal disposition of the deceased's personal property and other personal affairs. According to Grandfather Hua, there is no content about the distribution of property in Uncle Hua's will. This is obviously not in line with the rules of a will. I very much doubt that Uncle Hua would make such an unorganized will. Hua Xiwenong's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly, but he still didn't say anything. Gun Yinji didn't miss the change in Hua Xiwenong's expression. She knew that she had guessed correctly. She curled her lips and continued to ask, So, Grandfather Hua, you still insist that there is nothing related to Uncle Hua's personal property in his will? What do you mean? I said there is no, so there is no. then this will is invalid. Gun Yinji spread her hands with a look of pity. It can't even be called a will. Why can't it be called a will? It was handed over from the military level by level, so why can't it be called a will? Gun Yinji looked Hua Xuanong up and down with a smile for a while before saying, because if, according to Grandfather Hua's insistence, the will is indeed valid, then that means that the will must have mentioned the distribution of property. Hua Xuanong opened his mouth and looked up at Gun Yinji, but he didn't know where to start. Gun Yinji took it over as if she was talking to herself. We can speculate that Uncle Hua's will stated that he wanted to leave all of the trust fund to Major General Hua. This made Grandfather Hua very unhappy, so he decided to hide the will and let Luo Jialan temporarily receive the inheritance. Hua Xuanong sneered and said, "Lie, continue lying." Gun Yinji nodded. "It looks like that's not actually what the will says." "How do you know that's not the case?" Luo Jialan interrupted and asked, "Grandfather Hua personally told me that my father's will said that the entire trust fund was given to Major General Hua." Gun Yinji shook her head and said, "I don't think that's in line with Uncle Hua's personality and style of doing things." "What do you mean? You know my father better than I do?" Luo Jialan's heart was sour. The man she liked Gun Yinji, and now Gun Yinji even knew Hua Guanyuan better than she did? Dream on. Gun Yinji smiled. Her impression of Hua Guanyuan came from his secret love for Song Jining. Such a cautious man, a man who wouldn't act unless he saw a rabbit, would rather marry someone he didn't like and live the rest of his life as a fake couple than take the initiative to pursue the person he liked. How could he have made a will that was full of mistakes? "It wouldn't be strange if I knew your father better than you," Gun Yinji said nonchalantly. "Because a person's understanding of another person doesn't depend on how long they've known each other or how many activities they've participated in together, but on whether they have the heart to understand each other." Luo Jialan, your interest in your father is obviously not as great as his trust fund, so don't argue with me on purpose. Luo Jialan shrank her neck back, and her entire body sank into her hooded jacket. Gun Yinji turned to look at Hua Xuanong. "Grandfather Hua, I guess there shouldn't be any particularly important business in that will, right?" Hua Xuanong was thinking about how to kick Gun Yinji out of these lawsuits, so he was caught off guard by Gun Yinji's sudden question. He nodded reflexively, then realized and immediately shook his head. He said angrily, "How can there be business in a personal will? What are you trying to get out of me? I don't want to talk to you. Don't try to play any more tricks." Gun Yinji wasn't angry at all. She smiled and said, "Lawyers are either scheming boys or scheming girls. How can they be lawyers without scheming? I'll take that as a compliment." The corners of Hua Xuanong's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that Gun Yinji was really thick-skinned. He wasn't complimenting her. There was no business in the first place. Who would mention business in a will? Grandfather was scoffed. "Yes, I don't think so either." Gun Yinji smiled and nodded. "I speculate from three aspects that Uncle Hua's will probably doesn't involve business. First of all, Mr. Hua Guanyuan is a soldier and a senior colonel. If there really was something unspeakable in his will, why didn't he report it directly to his superiors? What's the use of writing it in his own will? If nothing happened to him, wouldn't he have reported it to his superiors? That was obviously impossible. Hua Guanyuan was extremely principled, so he would never do something that didn't comply with the confidentiality regulations. This was the second update for today. Chapter 1328, Scheming Girl. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. It was the third update today. The monthly tickets were delivered to you at around 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1339. Even with Xiaoheng, who was outside the ward, secretly applauded Gun Yinji's words. Indeed, the will of a soldier was to give them a chance to deal with their personal affairs. As for official business, he should have made it clear before he set off. It was impossible to leave it in his will to deal with it. In the ward, Gun Yinji continued, "Secondly, although I've never met Uncle Hua, I can tell from the way he handles the people and things around him that he's a very cautious person. Without 100% certainty, he won't make a move. This was probably the main difference between Hua Guanyuan and Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng liked to take risks. As long as there was a 50% chance, he would act. He would not wait until there was a 100% chance. Such a cautious person would not miss any private matters that needed to be dealt with. Therefore, I speculate that his will contains a very complete arrangement for Luo Xinxue and Luo Jiaoan. As Gu Nianji spoke, she stared closely at Hua Xiwenong's words and actions. Seeing his strange expression, she knew that she had guessed correctly. She became more confident and said with a smile, "Third, Grandfather Hua got Uncle Hua's will, but he kept it a secret, so I speculate that there is something unfavorable about Grandfather Hua in it." Hua Xiwenong's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that Gu Nianji, who had never seen the will and didn't know Hua Guanyuan, will be able to guess the contents of his will so accurately. Gu Nianji quickly thought about it. Then what is the content? Is it harmful to Grandfather Hua? So unlucky that he managed to hide this will for 17 years? Haha, you're so imaginative. It's such a waste of your talent to be a lawyer. You should go write novels. Maybe you'll already be famous. Hua Xiwenong finally spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the ward was pushed open. Zhang Baochen appeared with his son, Zhang Wenjie, and daughter, Zhang Wena. He was holding a fruit basket in one hand and a lunchbox in the other. Standing at the door and seeing so many people in the ward, he was a little dumbfounded. Gu Nianji was thinking about what kind of shameful private matter could make Hua Xiwenong refuse to take out the will. As soon as she saw the Zhang family, she suddenly thought that this shameful private matter should be related to the Zhang family, right? Gu Nianji immediately turned around and asked, "Huh? Why are you here? What are you doing here?" Zhang Wenjie was excited to see Gu Nianji and immediately said, "Miss Gu? Oh, you're here too. My grandfather asked us to come. We even need to bring our IDs and bank accounts. Did my grandfather ask you to come as well?" Gu Nianji, she immediately understood that old Master Hua was planning to change the beneficiaries of the trust fund immediately. If they hadn't made the first move and frozen the trust fund, they might have succeeded. Gu Nianji immediately turned around and said to Hua Xiwenong with a smile, "The content in Uncle Hua's will that is disadvantageous to Grandfather Hua should be related to the Zhang family, right?" Hua Xiwenong tried his best to hold it in. He didn't want to reveal an uncomfortable expression, but his hand that was gripping the blanket tightly revealed his true state of mind. Gu Nianji's gaze shifted to the veins on the back of his hand, which looked like old tree bark. She nodded. "Looks like I guessed right again. Guessed on my ass." Hua Xiwenong's voice was gruff, and he finally couldn't help but curse. "Isn't it?" Gu Nianji put her hands behind her back, tilted her head, and said with a smile, "From the looks of it, Uncle Hua's will should have 3 parts. 1. The placement of Luo Xinxue and Luo Jiaoan. 2. The distribution of his inheritance. 3. The treatment of Zhang Feng." After Gu Nianji finished speaking, Hua Xiwenong's body suddenly stiffened. Then, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out by someone, he fell limply onto the hospital bed and closed his eyes. Zhang Baochen was so scared that he threw away the fruit basket and food box in his hands and quickly rushed over. Dad, how are you? Don't scare us." Zhang Wenjie and Zhang Wena were also shocked. They quickly walked over and stood in front of Hua Xiwenong's hospital bed. They anxiously asked about Hua Xiwenong's condition. Luo Jiaoan and Kai Shengnian looked at each other and quietly left Hua Xiwenong's hospital bed. They moved towards the door of the ward. Xie Xinxing's 2 staff members saw that 3 more people had entered the ward and quickly protected him. However, the 3 staff members from his Special Operations Forces blocked the door of the ward and didn't allow anyone to leave. Gu Nianji stood beside Xie Xinxing and shook her head with a smile. She looked at the 3 members of the Zhang family who were crying in front of Hua Xiwenong's hospital bed and said, "Are you guys putting on a big show? Grandfather Hua is just tired and closed his eyes to rest. Do you guys have to be so dramatic?" Zhang Baochen turned around angrily. His face was still wet with tears as he said loudly, "My father is already so old and has already fainted. You guys still want to force him? What's the matter? Can't you wait until he's better?" Gun Yinji spread her hands. Mr. Zhang, this is the high-class ward of the Imperial Capital's Military General Hospital. It has complete equipment and facilities to ensure Grandfather Hua's health requirements. Look, the equipment over there doesn't have any reaction. It's enough to show that Grandfather Hua's heart rate is normal, his blood pressure is normal, and even his breathing rate is healthy and strong. So why are you crying? Don't you think it's bad luck? Zhang Baochen was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at the equipment beside the hospital bed. As expected, everything was normal. He looked at Hua Xuanong again and could clearly see the eyeballs under his eyelids moving rapidly. As expected, he hadn't really fainted. Zhang Baochen was a little embarrassed and said embarrassedly, "Dad, are you tired? If you're tired, then rest early. I'll ask these people to leave." Hua Xuanong really hadn't fainted. He had wanted to pretend to be sick like he was at home, but he had made a mistake. He hadn't expected that this was a hospital, and it was a high-class ward with the best facilities. If he had a relapse again, he would have been detected by the equipment in minutes, and a team of doctors would have immediately come to see him. Originally, he had wanted to rely on the fact that he was an old man and had a little of all kinds of geriatric diseases. No one could say that he wasn't sick. In the end, he had met Gun Yinji, who was serious about it. He had really lost face. Hua Xuanong opened his eyes, and his expression was almost ferocious. He looked at Gun Yinji and gritted his teeth as he said, "Thank you so much. I'm tired now. Can you guys leave?" Gun Yinji smiled and nodded. "When I'm done, we'll leave." She took a step forward and looked at Zhang Baochen. She asked, "Mr. Zhang, may I ask how old you are?" 47. What's wrong? Zhang Baochen looked at Hua Xuanong blankly. "Dad, what are you talking about? 'Tis TSK. Then you were already 30 when Uncle Hua's accident happened? You hadn't returned to the Hua family at that time, right?" Zhang Baochen shook his head. "I only returned to my father's side after my eldest brother passed away." Gun Yinji thought about it. Grandfather Hua had an affair with Zhang Feng more than 40 years ago. In that case, other than old Madame Xie, I think Uncle Hua should also know about it. The corners of Hua Xuanong's eyes twitched imperceptibly, and he looked away. Gun Yinji looked at him steadily and said with a smile, "I understand. The part of Uncle Hua's will that was a private matter that Grandfather Hua didn't want to see must have something to do with Zhang Feng. I speculate that Uncle Hua somehow found out about Zhang Feng and Grandfather Hua's illicit relationship, but old Madame Xie had already passed away at that time, so he didn't say anything and kept it to himself. But in his will, he made a decision on Zhang Feng. What kind of decision was it?" Gun Yinji rested her chin on one hand and said in a daze, "I'm guessing that with Uncle Hua's personality, he wouldn't have been very intense and would have been very reserved. At most, he would have asked Zhang Feng to leave Grandfather Hua's side and the Hua family, right? But at that time, Grandfather Hua was still in the ascendant phase of his career, and it might even have been the most critical step. If Uncle Hua's will have been announced at that time, anyone with a discerning eye would have known what had happened. And the problem of style was too serious for someone like Grandfather Hua. So Grandfather Hua didn't allow such a thing to ruin his reputation and affect his promotion. Looking at the timing, Grandfather Hua was promoted to the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council after Uncle Hua's death. So Grandfather Hua suppressed the will and quietly watched as Hua Guanyuan's widow, Luo Xinxue, received Hua Guanyuan's trust fund and all of his other assets. Later, Luo Xinxue suddenly died, and Luo Jialan, a lonely orphan girl, became the first legal heir to the property. Grandfather Hua knew that he had a better way to deal with the will. Gun Yinji had just finished speaking, and before she could confirm the truth of her story with Hua Xuanong, she heard applause in the ward. Little Yinji, I, Xie Xinxing, have never been convinced by anyone in my life, but you are definitely one of the people I am convinced by." Xie Xinxing clapped for Gun Yinji and looked at Hua Xuanong with disdain. He turned his head and took out a letter from the staff member next to him. He waved it at everyone in the ward. "This is a copy of Hua Guanyuan's will. It was found in his Swiss bank safe." Luo Jialan's eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "A Swiss bank safe? My father has a safe in a Swiss bank." This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1329, Speculation of God. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1340. Why didn't I know my father had a safe deposit box in a Swiss bank? Luo Jialan was so excited that her eyes turned red. This is fraud. This wasn't on my father's estate list at all. She had read the list of Hua Guanyuan's estate countless times and counted it countless times, but she had never known that Hua Guanyuan had a safe deposit box in a Swiss bank. Gu Nianji was silent. Although she felt that Luo Jialan was his daughter, her focus was a little strange. She didn't say much. She only turned to look at Xie Xinxing and pointed at the letter in Xie Xinxing's hand. She asked calmly, "Granduncle, is this really a copy of Uncle Hua's will?" Hua Xiwenong's heart sank. He still had his head buried, but he rolled his eyes at Xie Xinxing. "A copy of the will? Xie Xinxing, you're really something. You heard me say that I lost the real will, so you immediately made a fake will, right?" Xie Xinxing scoffed and shook the envelope in his hand. Who would have the time to forge a fake will? What good would it do me? My sister's dowry was only a small part of the Xie family's property. Why would I forge someone else's will for that small part? Do you think I'm as short-sighted as you and your adopted granddaughter? You're not blind, but you hate me. You hate me for humiliating your sister, so it's not impossible for you to forge a copy of the will to ruin my reputation. Hua Xiwenong spoke eloquently, insisting that the copy of the will in Xie Xinxing's hand was fake. Xie Xinxing spread his hands and said helplessly, "Do you still need me to ruin your reputation? I thought you were already stinky, but you were even more despicable than I thought. You're slandering me." Hua Xiwenong pounded the bed. He was furious. "I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for forging someone else's will." Gu Nianji admired the performance of the two old men for a while. She reached out to hold Xie Xinxing's arm and said with a smile, "Don't argue, both of you. Whether it's true or not, let old Mr. Xie tell us the reason first. I think Miss Luo is right. Why isn't this copy of the will on Uncle Hua's list of belongings?" She believed that Luo Jialan must have checked the list of Hua Guanyuan's belongings countless times. She knew best if she had missed anything. Xie Xinxing nodded, and the mocking expression on his face disappeared. He patted the back of Gu Nianji's hand and sighed. Although Hua Xiwenong isn't a good person, his son and grandson are bad, especially eldest brother Guanyuan and Xiaoheng, who was raised by my sister herself. They're all like my sister, not like this shameless old thing. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up slightly. She didn't say, "I'm flattered." Instead, she praised him with pride. Old Mr. Xie has such good taste. Xie Xinxing looked at the will in his hand and said calmly, "Your uncle Beichun discovered this. When Hua Xiwenong was in France, it was your uncle Beichun who stopped me, so I swallowed my anger and didn't chase him away. But this time, because I investigated the trust fund under Luo Jialan's name, I found out something else. Even my gentle and refined son couldn't tolerate it, so he let me come back to settle the score with Hua Xiwenong." Xie Xinxing's gaze darted between Hua Xiwenong and Luo Jialan, and his expression darkened. Because Luo Jialan authorized her trust fund to transfer money to Germany, this amount of money wasn't a small amount, and it involved the possibility of money laundering. So your uncle Beichun simply sent someone to check all the accounts of the trust fund over the years. Luo Jialan's eyes widened in surprise. After she took over Hua Guanyuan's trust fund, she hadn't checked the accounts. And the other party had no obligation to account for the previous accounts, because she had only received the inheritance from Luo Xinxue. All the accounts had been transferred to her from the day Luo Xinxue died. The rest of the accounts only contained a summary of the income before that, and there were no details. Gu Nianji didn't know much about the financial management of the trust fund, but she roughly knew that it wouldn't be easy to check the accounts in detail. But for the Xie family, it wasn't difficult. Xie Xinxing continued, When we checked the accounts, we found out that Guan Yuan had opened a safety deposit box in a Swiss bank in Xiaoheng's name 17 years ago. As he spoke, he smiled at the puzzled Luo Jialan. Why wasn't this Swiss bank safety deposit box among Guan Yuan's belongings? Because it wasn't under Guan Yuan's name, but under Xiaoheng's. Gun Yinji, is there really no one who knows? What if they forgot to check the accounts? Gun Yinji asked curiously. Xie Xinxing smiled and patted her head. They won't forget. When the trustee of the trust fund was questioned by your uncle Beichun, they said that they hadn't forgotten about the safety deposit box. Back then, Guan Yuan left him a power of attorney. He said that if his nephew, Hua Xiaoheng, got married and he was no longer alive, he would give this envelope to him as a wedding gift. Gun Yinji felt sweet and sad at the same time. She felt both sympathy and respect for her uncle, whom she had never met. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She sighed and said, no wonder. If the power of attorney was given to the trustee of the trust fund, it had nothing to do with Uncle Hua's belongings, so it wasn't recorded in the list of belongings. It was like he had written a letter to the trustee of the trust fund. Of course, this letter wasn't considered Hua Guanyuan's belongings, but the property of the trustee of the trust fund. Xie Xinxing continued. With Xiaoheng's permission, we opened the envelope and found that it was a set of keepsakes for renting a Swiss bank safety deposit box. We used this keepsakes, as well as Xiaoheng's identity document and power of attorney. With the accompaniment of a lawyer, we went to the Swiss bank to open the safe deposit box. In the end, there was nothing else in the safe deposit box. There was only a sealed document bag and 2 letters. One of the letters was a copy of his will. Xie Xinxing looked a little uncomfortable as he said this. Gun Yinji observed his expression and quickly helped him change the topic. Then Major General Hua already knew that Uncle Hua had a copy of his will. Xie Xinxing shook his head. He didn't know. Although he got his authorization to open the safe deposit box, we didn't tell him what was inside. In other words, Xie Xinxing was even testing Hua Xiaoheng. Luo Jialan and Hua Xuenong asked almost at the same time. Then who was the document bag and the other letter for? Xie Xinxing looked at them disdainfully and said aloofly, the document bag was still for Xiaoheng. We didn't open it. As for the other letter, it has nothing to do with you. I came back this time to deal with this matter. I opened the copy of the will. Because Guan Yin had already died, and we didn't hear that he had left a will, we were worried that there was something fishy going on, so we opened the envelope containing the will with the accompaniment of a lawyer. Xie Xinxing took a deep breath and looked at Gun Yinji with a smile. Little Yinji, your speculations about Guan Yuan's will were almost spot on. Really? Gun Yinji's eyes suddenly lit up, and her face seemed to glow. She attracted everyone's attention. At that moment, the door of the ward was pushed open again, and Hua Xiaoheng, dressed in the black uniform of the Special Operations Forces, strode in. He was extremely tall and burly. As soon as he walked in, he cast a huge shadow at the door, causing great mental pressure to many people in the ward. Gun Yinji, however, wasn't affected at all. Gun Yinji wasn't affected at all. She smiled and pounced on him. Hua Xiao, you're here. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and steadily reached out to catch her. He held her by his side and brought her to Xie Xinxing. He said, Granduncle, can you show me the will? Of course. Xie Xinxing nodded and placed a copy of the will in Hua Xiaoheng's hand. This was for you to begin with. Hua Xiaoheng opened the will and read it at a glance. Xie Xinxing turned to look at Hua Xuenong and said mockingly, Now, you don't have to worry about other people's things anymore. Everything will be returned to its rightful owner. Do you think I did it all for myself? Hua Xuenong couldn't take it anymore after being humiliated by Xie Xinxing. He knew that his relationship with the Xie family could no longer be mended, and he no longer dreamed of getting the Zhang family to get close to the Xie family. He looked at Xie Xinxing with almost resentment and said angrily, All you know is money. If you've read the will, don't you understand why I would rather that huge fortune fall into the hands of someone unrelated than say a word? Isn't it because the matter between you and Zhang Feng was also mentioned in Guan Yuan's will? Xie Xinxing shook his head. Guan Yuan hoped that Zhang Feng could retire early and said that she was no longer suitable to continue working in the Hua family. Yes, he did mention Zhang Feng, but at that time, your sister had already passed away. It wasn't impossible for Zhang Feng and I to be together, but we didn't. Hua Xiwenong said confidently. What good do you think Guan Yuan is? He coveted his own sister-in-law. You're saying that I could let others see this will at that time? Does he still want his title as a martyr? Does his brother Guanchen still want to be a human? Even Gun Yinji was shocked by Hua Xiwenong's words. Although she knew that Hua Guanyuan had a deep crush on Song Jining, she absolutely believed that Hua Guanyuan was in the heat of passion and was very reserved. It wasn't as disgusting as what Hua Xiwenong had said about coveting his sister-in-law. He was so reserved that Song Jining never knew that Hua Guanyuan had feelings for her. Moreover, this matter had already been used by Baijini and Luo Jialan as evidence of Luo Xinchu's suicide during Baijini's case last year. At that time, Gun Yinji was the one who had saved Hua Guanyuan's reputation. This was because she had proved that Song Jining's letter, "Tears fall from my eyes, I regret not being able to meet you before we got married," was written under Baijini's guidance when she was mentally unstable. As for Hua Guanyuan's love letters, they were written a long time before Song Jining and Hua Guanchen got married. The man was unmarried, and the woman was unmarried. It was only natural for Song Jining to have someone pursuing her, so Gun Yinji refuted it with insufficient evidence. Now this matter had actually come out of Hua Xiwenong's mouth, and he even said that he coveted his sister-in-law. So after Song Jining and Hua Guanchen got married, Hua Guanyuan still had designs on her? Gun Yinji found it unbelievable. Even if he did, with Uncle Hua's cautious mind, would he have written it in his will? Surely he knew how much trouble and harm it would cause Song Jining if he wrote it like that. Gun Yinji instinctively retorted, I don't believe it. She moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng's hand and looked at the will together. Gun Yinji had been forced by He Zhichu to learn shorthand for a while. She had a very good memory to begin with, so she only took a few quick glances and had a new understanding of Hua Guanyuan's will. She looked up at Hua Xiwenong calmly. Grandfather Hua, from which sentence did you see that Uncle Hua still had feelings for Ms. Song? I couldn't see it at all. Of course you couldn't see it. Hua Xiwenong sneered. Didn't you see what he wrote in his will? All the property rights to the trust fund were left to his nephew. Gun Yinji, that sentence was indeed in the will. However, this can only mean that Uncle Hua didn't want to leave the trust fund to Luo Xinchue and Luo Jialan. Gun Yinji continued to analyze. What if Ms. Song had another son in the future? Wouldn't that be an equal share with Major General Hua? The expression on Gun Yinji's face suddenly became strange. Her gaze slowly moved from Hua Xiwenong's angry old face to Zhang Wenjie, who was giggling like he was listening to a book from heaven. Gun Yinji gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. She said in surprise, I understand now. I understand why Grandfather Hua tried so hard to transfer half of the trust fund to Zhang Wenjie. Because according to the original text of Uncle Hua's will, he specified that the trust fund would be given to his nephew, and Zhang Wenjie was also considered Uncle Hua's nephew. So, literally speaking, he also has half of the inheritance rights. Before the Zhang family could rejoice, Gun Yinji continued, Grandfather Hua, you're too despicable. Uncle Hua clearly couldn't have known that you had an illegitimate son and grandson at the time. The nephew he was talking about was obviously Major General Hua alone. It was precisely to avoid suspicion that Hua Guanyuan didn't openly write that he would give the entire trust fund to Hua Xiaoheng, right? Because he didn't want to cause trouble for others. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1330, Believe or Not. Today is Monday, and I'm especially reminding everyone of the recommendation votes. It's the third update today. Dear friends, the monthly votes are awesome. I have to update as well. The monthly votes will be added at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third update will be at around 8 o'clock in the evening. Mwah! Chapter 1341. That's right. It was because Xiaoheng was the only nephew at that time. Isn't he guilty of writing such a will? Hua Xiwenong replied indignantly. I did it for his own good, for the sake of this family. You actually think I did it for a little money? Gun Yinji, a 9-figure asset was just a little money? Old Master Hua was too shameless. Gun Yinji cursed him inwardly. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the Zhang family's ecstatic faces. It was as if they had been hit by a pie from the sky. She immediately felt that she couldn't bear it. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to know what she was going to do and shook his head at her. This was his family matter, and he didn't want Gun Yinji to play the bad guy too much. If he wanted to go against grandfather Hua, he had to do it himself. Gun Yinji understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant and looked at him worriedly. Her heart ached. Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and held her hand tightly. It was as if he was giving her support, but also as if he was looking for strength from her support. Gun Yinji nodded. Go ahead. She would help Hua Xiaoheng fill in the gaps. Everyone in the ward felt that the two of them were exchanging flirtatious glances. Kai Shangnan was the first to be unable to take it anymore. She turned around angrily and turned her back to Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji. Luo Jialan had suffered a double blow. She was in a trance and didn't pay attention to Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng at all. Xie Xinxing, on the other hand, was watching happily and couldn't wait to give him a thumbs up. Zhang Wenjia's gaze was fixed on Gun Yinji's face the entire time. It wasn't until Hua Xiaoheng's sharp gaze swept over that he shivered and looked away. Zhang Wenna and Zhang Baochun's attention was completely focused on grandfather Hua. Hua Xiaoheng put the copy of Hua Guanyuan's will back into the envelope and took a few steps forward. He stood in front of Hua Xiwenong's bed and said calmly, Grandfather, it's hard for me to accept what you said about Uncle. Just based on the distribution of the trust fund, it's too much to say that Uncle covets his sister-in-law. I'm a soldier who protects the honor of my comrades and comrades. I'm also my mother's son. If you continue to insist on this and humiliate my mother and uncle, I'm sorry. I'll take you to court, even if you're my grandfather. You dare to say that there's nothing fishy going on between your uncle and your mother. Hua Xiwenong's eyes were red. He hadn't expected to be slapped in the face by his own grandson. He couldn't take it, be it in terms of face or psychology. I swear on my military rank that before my uncle died, there was absolutely no relationship between him and my mother that was beyond the relationship of relatives and friends. Hua Xiaoheng raised his right hand. My uncle died 17 years ago, and my mother divorced my father. She's a single woman now. She has the right to pursue her own happiness. I won't stop my mother from remarrying, and you shouldn't use the term sister-in-law to describe the relationship between my mother and uncle. They're no longer uncle and sister-in-law. Hua Xiwenong spat. Xiaoheng, who are you trying to fool? They have nothing to do with each other now, but back then. Back then? Do you have any evidence of what happened back then? Isn't this the evidence? Gun Yinji couldn't help muttering, this can be used as evidence? If Mrs. Song had another son, he would still be Uncle Hua's nephew, and the trust fund would have to be divided again. Grandfather Hua, don't be stubborn. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Uncle Hua distributed his trust fund like this purely because it's the property left behind by old Madame Xie and belongs to the Hua family. Gun Yinji glanced at the dazed Luo Jialan. And Luo Jialan isn't a daughter of the Hua family at all, so she naturally shouldn't enjoy the inheritance left behind by old Madame Xie. Uncle Hua left half of his savings to Luo Xinxue and Luo Jialan. That's already a considerable amount of wealth. It's enough for the mother and daughter to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. He's done his best. I'm afraid you also thought that Luo Jialan isn't Uncle Hua's biological daughter, so you didn't say anything and let her inherit Uncle Hua's trust fund, right? Gun Yinji's voice became lower and lower. You just thought that in her hands. It's like she's holding it for you. You can take the trust fund back from her at any time. Gun Yinji's words hit the nail on the head of Hua Xiwenong's most secretive and unspeakable thoughts. Even he sometimes didn't dare to face these thoughts, but Gun Yinji had clearly revealed them. Hua Xiwenong was about to scold Gun Yinji, but Hua Xiaoheng had already stood in front of Gun Yinji and said to Hua Xiwenong, Yinji's thoughts are my thoughts. I just want to ask you, In the end, in your heart, is eldest uncle such a person who would disregard his honor and brotherhood for a woman? Hua Xiwenong was flustered by Hua Xiaoheng's words. He couldn't care less and sneered. Okay, your uncle is right. I was wrong. Then, as you said, this is purely the property left to the Hua family. That Wenjia also has half. He straightened his neck and looked at Hua Xiaoheng, then glanced at Xie Xinxing provocatively. It could be said that he was very bold. Xie Xinxing put his hands behind his back and coldly watched how Hua Xiaoheng was going to deal with this matter. Well, Xiaoheng's expression didn't change as he said calmly, "No, he doesn't have a right." "What do you mean?" Hua Xiwenong's expression changed. "Your uncle's will is written in black and white here. Isn't Wenjia his nephew? We can go for a DNA test. According to the new marriage law, children born out of wedlock also have the right to inherit." Back then, Zhang Feng had told him that he had a son named Zhang Baochun, and that Zhang Baochun was already married and had a son and a daughter. Hua Xiwenong had sent someone to secretly test their DNA and confirmed that Zhang Baochun was his son. Zhang Wenjia and Zhang Wenna were Zhang Baochun's biological children, which meant that they were his grandchildren. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Hua Xiwenong, and his eyes dimmed. He said, "May I ask, grandfather, when did uncles will take effect?" 17 years ago, when he sacrificed himself. Hua Xiwenong's voice lowered, and he choked with sobs. "He was my proudest son." Hua Xiaoheng ignored Hua Xiwenong's show of weakness and asked, "When did the new marriage law take effect?" Hua Xiwenong, he didn't remember when the new marriage law took effect at all. He only remembered that Zhang Feng had mentioned to him a few times that after the new marriage law took effect, it didn't matter whether they got married or not, and it wouldn't affect Baochun's inheritance rights. But even if he didn't remember, he knew that it had happened in recent years, not 17 years ago. To be precise, the new marriage law took effect 7 years ago. May I ask everyone who knows the law, does the law that took effect 7 years ago have jurisdiction over a will from 17 years ago? As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, his gaze swept around the ward, but he didn't look at Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji knew that Hua Xiaoheng was doing it for her own good, but she didn't mind arguing with someone like Hua Xiwenong. Hua Xiao, that's a good question. The basic principle of the law is the principle of non-retroactivity. In other words, the law only governs actions after it takes effect. Actions before it takes effect are governed by the previous law. Gun Yinji explained to him with a smile. That's right. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly. 17 years before my uncle's will took effect, the law at that time stipulated that children born out of wedlock had no right to inheritance. Therefore, the Zhang family had nothing to do with us. The nephew and my uncles will only refer to the legitimate children of my father and mother. If my mother hadn't been seriously injured and lost her mind, perhaps I would have had a few younger siblings in these 17 years. But unfortunately, my father and mother didn't give birth to a second nephew in the end. In other words, I'm the only nephew who fits my uncle's will. Because his parents had divorced, it was impossible for a second nephew to be born unless his parents remarried. Hua Xiwenong's face turned red and he said, "Xiaoheng, don't go too far, okay? Even so, you're already so rich. Do you still care about this little bit of money? Grandfather has never begged you in his life, but this time, I'm begging you to give half of the inheritance rights to Wenjia. He's also your cousin." Hua Xiaoheng's gaze swept across the hopeful faces of the Zhang family, and finally landed on Hua Xiwenong's face, who was begging him. He enunciated each word clearly. "I can't do it. If I agree to it, my grandmother's spirit won't be able to rest in peace in heaven." Because of the existence of the Zhang family, his grandmother died with a grudge. He still wanted to use his grandmother's inheritance to raise Zhang Feng's grandson? Haha, it was already thanks to the army that he didn't kill them, because he wouldn't do such illegal things. But don't even think about getting a single cent from him. Hua Xiaoheng continued, "I won't take this inheritance either. I will set up the Guanyuan Fund in Ms. Song's Institute of High Energy Physics in my uncle's name to fund the scientific research of the Institute of High Energy Physics." The last glimmer of hope was shattered, and Hua Xiwenong couldn't hold on any longer. His heart was pounding rapidly. He clutched his chest and opened his mouth wide, but he couldn't breathe fresh air no matter how hard he tried. He was like a fish out of water, a bird without oxygen, and even his eyeballs were bulging out. The equipment in the ward was ringing loudly, and the sound of footsteps could be heard coming from the corridor outside the ward. A group of doctors in white coats rushed in. Seeing that there were so many people in the ward, they immediately waved their hands. "Get out, get out. The patient is in critical condition. Why are there so many of you crowded here? Get out, all of you." This is the second watch of the day. Chapter 1331, The Last Madness. Today is Monday, and I'm especially reminding everyone of the recommendation tickets. It's the third watch of the day. Dear friends, the monthly tickets are awesome. I have to work hard to update too. The monthly tickets for 3,600 plus updates were delivered. The third watch of the day was around 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1342. Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji and accompanied Xie Xinxing out the door. Xie Xinxing's two staff members followed behind them, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Kai Shengnan and Luo Jialan exchanged glances when they saw the chaos in the ward. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave. The three members of the Special Operations Forces were not to be trifled with. Luo Jialan had just walked to the door when a staff member stopped her and showed her an arrest warrant. "Luo Jialan, please come with us." Luo Jialan looked at Kai Shengnan in panic. "Lawyer Kai, save me. When you go to court, your lawyer will naturally save you." As the staff of the Special Operations Forces spoke, their hands moved quickly, and they had already handcuffed Luo Jialan. Kai Shengnan quickly said, "My client is not a suspect. How can you use handcuffs?" The staff of the Special Operations Forces said politely, "We obtained an arrest warrant issued by the court from the police station. You can ask the Imperial Capital Police Station if he is a criminal suspect." As she spoke, the other two staff members also came over and stood behind Luo Jialan, separating Kai Shengnan from her. Kai Shengnan could only watch as Luo Jialan was taken away. Walking out of the ward, Luo Jialan saw Gu Nianji being tightly protected by Hua Xiaoheng's tall body. Her heart felt as if it had been soaked in poison. She quickly lowered her eyes to hide the murderous glint in them. Why? Gu Nianji was an orphan just like her. Why did she have both the body and the money now? Gu Nianji's attention was no longer on Luo Jialan. She looked worriedly at the door of the ward. The emergency signal of surgery in progress was already lit up on the door. "Grandfather Hu will be fine, right?" she murmured. Her emotions were extremely complicated. Were they being too aggressive? If anything happened to Hua Xiwenong, would it be disadvantageous to Major General Hua? If she had known this would happen, she would have asked her to confront Old Master Hu. Xiaoheng seemed to understand what she was thinking. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and held her right hand with the other. He squeezed it gently to stop her from overthinking. Xie Xinxing stood beside them with his hand behind his back and said calmly, "Hua Xiwenong will be fine. Gu Nianji, scourges live for thousands of years. He won't die so easily." Why wasn't he comforted? Hua Xiaoheng's Bluetooth headset transmitted the voices of the members of the operation team. "Chief, Luo Jialan has been escorted back to the car. We'll be leaving first." Hua Xiaoheng responded. The members of the Zhang family looked very uneasy. Zhang Baoqing glared at them, feeling indignant. Zhang Wenjie wanted to sneak a peek at Gu Nianji, but Hua Xiaoheng's gaze swept over him a few times. He didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Zhang Wenna lowered her head, deep in thought. She hid behind Zhang Baoqing and Zhang Wenjie. Outside Hua Xiwenong's ward, everyone had their own thoughts as they waited for the doctor to save Hua Xiwenong. Not long after, the elevator doors at the end of the corridor opened again, and Hua Guanqin hurried out. "What happened?" "I just received a call saying that your grandfather..." Hua Guanqin saw Xie Xinxing beside Hua Xiaoheng and stopped abruptly. He then saw the Zhang family standing on the other side and frowned imperceptibly. "What's going on? Why were there so many people?" Is it a joint hearing? Although Gun Yinji was worried, she still wanted to laugh at Hua Guanchen's words. Wasn't it a joint hearing? She had finally figured out the matter of Uncle Hua's will. She heaved a sigh of relief. Hua Xiaoying nodded at Hua Guanchen. You're here. Grandfather was a little agitated just now. The doctor is giving him first aid. Agitated? Why was he agitated? How did you agitate him? Hua Guanchen frowned even more. The old man is sick. Can't you all be understanding? It's not that we're inconsiderate, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Grandfather hid Uncle's will from us. It's also very difficult for us. It's been so many years, Hua Guanchen muttered, but he also knew how unfair it was to say this to his elder brother, who had already sacrificed himself. Hua Guanchen could guess what his father wanted to do behind his elder brother's will. It was indeed too much. Not only did he let Xiaoheng down, but he also let his mother down. How could his uncle just watch as his father acted so recklessly? Fortunately, Xie Xinxing was here, so Hua Guanchen didn't blame Hua Xiaoheng too much. Gun Yinji whispered, Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Hua Guanchen, Xie Xinxing said coldly. Guanchen, you don't have to worry about this. We found a copy of your elder brother's will. Your father was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. He was just embarrassed. Hua Guanchen was shocked. A copy of the will? There's a copy of my elder brother's will. Yes, your elder brother is such a cautious person. How could he not have a backup plan? Xie Xinxing shook his head lightly. I'll tell you the truth. Your elder brother left almost all of his property to his nephew. Your father thinks that the guy over there is also your elder brother's nephew, so he wants to give half of your mother's trust fund to him. Hua Guanchen's face burned. He didn't expect his father to be so biased towards the Zhang family. It was one thing for him to be biased towards his elder brother. He couldn't compare to his elder brother in this life, but even his own son, Hua Xiaoheng, couldn't compare to that useless Zhang Wenjie in his father's eyes. Why? Hua Guanchen also looked over indignantly. When he met Zhang Baochen's gaze, Hua Guanchen's aura gained the upper hand. Zhang Baochen cowered and didn't dare to look at them anymore. The atmosphere outside the ward was a little tense. After a while, the red light on the door of the ward turned off. The door of the ward opened, and doctors in white robes walked out one by one. The doctor at the front walked up to Hua Guanchen and Hua Xiaoying. He said with lingering fear, Fortunately, the rescue was timely. The old gentleman is out of danger, but he can't be agitated anymore. Hua Guanchen quickly said, Thank you, doctor. Can we go in and take a look? Go in. If the situation changes, we'll have to perform a major surgery. The doctor nodded lightly and left with his team. Xie Xinxing went into the ward first. Hua Xiaoheng held Gun Yinji's hand and walked in. Hua Guanchen quickly followed them into the room. Zhang Baochen also wanted to go in, but Hua Guanchen slammed the door in front of him. He couldn't go in. Inside the ward, Hua Xiuenong's complexion had improved, but he was still panting. When he saw Hua Guanchen, he quickly said, Guanchen, listen up. Immediately find a woman who can give birth to children and marry her. Give me 8 or 10 sons, and then ask Xiaoheng for the trust fund that your brother left behind. He didn't want to see Hua Xiaoheng get all the benefits alone. He still had a grandson, so why should Hua Xiaoheng get all the inheritance? Hua Guanchen was extremely embarrassed, but he still said calmly, Dad, don't get agitated. Take care of yourself. Tell me, are you going to get married or not? Hua Xiuenong glared at Hua Guanchen. Even you won't listen to me. If you're right, I'll listen. If you're wrong, don't say it. Hua Guanchen adjusted Hua Xiuenong's blanket. Besides, I don't want to marry another woman in my life. Unless Song Jining was willing to remarry him. Gun Yinji almost laughed out loud when she heard this. She knew it would be like this. How could he like another woman after marrying someone like Song Jining? Bai Jini had only used Hua Guanyuan's feelings for Song Jining to provoke Hua Guanchen. He was jealous and resentful, so he divorced Song Jining in a fit of anger. He was probably regretting it now. Unfortunately, Ms. Song wasn't someone who could turn back. Hua Guanchen would never remarry in his life. Hua Xiuenong also understood what Hua Guanchen meant and was instantly furious. What's so good about that woman? Are you going to think about her for the rest of your life? Hua Xiaoheng couldn't be bothered to listen to his parents. He turned to look at Gu Nianji. Shall we go back? Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, I'll go with you. Xie Xinxing also said, I was going to take Nianji to my place to get her bearings. Xiaoheng, shall we go together? Hua Xiaoheng agreed. You'll take my car? Xie Xinxing shook his head. You better take my car. Let's talk together. The three of them discussed as if no one else was around. They nodded at Hua Xiwenong and took their leave. They left Hua Xiwenong's ward. Hua Xiwenong had been angry earlier on purpose, but now he was really mad at the three of them for not taking him seriously at all. Even Hua Guanchen wasn't as good as he wanted. Are you going to get married or not? No. Hua Guanchen was already old. How could he be forced by Hua Xiwenong? Hua Xiwenong was so angry that he slapped him. Hua Guanchen subconsciously stepped aside. Hua Xiwenong couldn't stop himself in time and fell forward. The 4-needle in his arm was immediately pulled out of place, and it began to recover blood. The alarm in the ward rang again. Before Hua Xiaoheng, Xie Xinxing, and Gu Nianji could reach the elevator door, they saw the group of doctors rush out of the elevator and head toward Hua Xiwenong's ward. What had happened? The three of them looked at each other and walked back. Hua Guanchen walked out of the ward with a pale face. Soon, the door of the ward opened again. Hua Xiwenong was lying on a mobile hospital bed with an oxygen mask on his face. He was pushed out and headed towards the large operating theater. It wasn't until late at night that the attending doctor came out of the operating theater. Doctor, how is my father? Hua Guanchen asked anxiously. The attending doctor scolded. I told you not to agitate the patient anymore. What did you do? However, a doctor next to him who had seen the monitor of the ward quickly said in a low voice, the patient was agitated himself. They couldn't do anything about it. I saw the patient make the first move. The attending doctor didn't continue to scold them. He frowned and said, the patient condition isn't optimistic. He won't wake up for the time being. You have to be prepared for him to become a vegetable. He was too old and had a bad temper. Even heart bypass surgery didn't work. The blood vessel blockage was too serious. Even if Hua Tuo was alive, there was nothing he could do. This was today's third update, Chapter 1332, Don't Go Back. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was the third update today. Dear friends, your monthly votes are awesome. I have to update as well, moi. Chapter 1343. Hua Guanchen's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, is my father out of danger? His life is not in danger for the time being. If he still doesn't wake up tomorrow, you can transfer him to the ward and find a special nurse, a nurse who specializes in taking care of people in a vegetative state. The attending doctor had been tired for a few hours and really didn't have the strength to speak anymore. He waved his hand and left with his team. Xie Xinxing looked at Hua Guanchen with mixed feelings. Although he didn't like Hua Xiwenong as a son, it was understandable for Hua Guanchen to be filial to his father. No matter how incompetent his father was, he was still his father. No one could choose their own parents or blood relatives. Xie Xinxing sighed and comforted Hua Guanchen. Guanchen, don't be too sad. Your father has a bad temper. It might be better for him to take this opportunity to recuperate. It's getting late. I have to go back and rest. Uncle, you've worked hard. Hua Guanchen was very apologetic. I've been asking you to go back first. Why are you being so polite with us? I'm not being polite with you. I'm also responsible for your father being so angry today. Of course I have to wait here. At the very least, I have to make sure that his life is not in danger. Xie Xinxing boasted shamelessly. Gu Nianji felt ashamed of herself and felt even more respect for Xie Xinxing. She whispered, it's already midnight. Granduncle, you should go back to Major General Hua's place to rest. It's too far to go to the West Mountains from here. Sure. Xie Xinxing didn't stand on ceremony. He wasn't young anymore, and his body couldn't stand staying up late. Hua Xiaoheng held Xie Xinxing's other arm and said to Hua Guanchen, then I'll have to trouble you to take care of grandfather here. Hua Guanchen waved his hand with a worried expression. Take granduncle to your place to rest. I'll be here. Don't worry. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and brought Xie Xinxing back to his official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces with Gun Yinji. Xie Xinxing had planned to take Gun Yinji to his West Mountain villa to get to know the way, but he was called over by Hua, Xuanong halfway, and stayed in the hospital until late at night. When they got into the car, Xie Xinxing took out the sealed document bag from his entourage's briefcase and handed it to Hua Xiaoheng. "Your uncle left this for you." Finally, he took out a letter and said uncomfortably, "This letter is for your mother, Song Jinning." The car drove quietly on the empty street, onto the viaduct, and sped along the highway. Then, it turned off and quickly returned to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. After sending Gun Yinji and Xie Xinxing back to the official residence, Xiaoheng didn't stop. He rushed to the operations building and kept an eye on people interrogating Luo Jialan overnight. Anyone who had been through a criminal trial would know that staying up late was the best way to interrogate someone. Especially when the suspect was extremely sleepy, he would answer whatever questions were asked without resorting to any other means. In a small interrogation room in the Special Operations Forces headquarters base building, the interrogation had been going on for a few hours. Hua Xiaoheng went to the room next door and looked through the one-way glass window at the interrogation room opposite. The small interrogation room had a very simple layout. An inlaid LED shadowless lamp shone a silvery white light. There was a small square table in the middle of the room. On both sides of the square table were two solid wooden armchairs fixed to the ground. Luo Jialan sat facing the one-way glass window. She was expressionless and kept shaking her head, refusing to answer any questions. After Hua Xiaoheng came in, the interrogator on duty quickly stood at attention and reported to him. Reporting to Chief, "We've already changed 3 interrogators. Each time, we've changed 3 batches of interrogators. The suspect still refuses to answer questions." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Continue." They had only changed 3 batches of interrogators. It was still early. The longest recorded time for this kind of interrogation was 21 interrogators. After 48 hours of continuous interrogation, they finally broke through the psychological defense of the exhausted suspect and began to confess. Although Luo Jialan's willpower was stronger than the average person's, she still didn't have the endurance of those well-trained national-level spies. After the 4th interrogator was changed, she felt her head buzz. The female interrogator opposite her was clearly in front of her, but her voice seemed to come from the distant horizon. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the female interrogator in front of her. She found that her vision was blurry, and she could barely see the person's face clearly. Her eyelids were so heavy that she couldn't lift them, and a wave of sourness invaded her brain. She was like a traveler trekking in the desert, her legs tied to wet sandbags, and it was difficult for her to move forward. When the other party's questions were repeated many times and formed a conditioned reflex in her mind, her psychological defense completely collapsed. She would answer whatever the other party asked. A pitch-black, high-precision camera peeked out from the roof and captured the entire situation in the room. Every moment of her answering the question did not escape the camera's capture. The female interrogator's voice was flat, without any ups and downs, as if it had a hypnotic effect. "Luo Jialan, how did you meet Yamaguchi Aiko?" Luo Jialan answered in a daze. "When I was in France, I went to attend a flower ceremony in tea art class. She and I were the only 2 Asians in the class." The female interrogator asked again, "How much do you know about Yamaguchi Aiko?" Luo Jialan pursed her lips. For some reason, there was a brief struggle in her heart. However, after the female interrogator repeated the question, she still said everything. "Yamaguchi Aiko is Japanese and does business in Huaxia. She has a twin sister named Yamaguchi Yuko." The female interrogator nodded. "How much do you know about Yamaguchi Yuko's situation?" "Yamaguchi Yuko died because of Gun Yinji. In order to avenge her sister, Yamaguchi Aiko swore to kill Gun Yinji." The female interrogator continued to ask, "Why did Yamaguchi Yuko die? Because of Gun Yinji?" Luo Jialan shook her head in a daze. I don't know. She didn't say. The female interrogator had no choice but to change the topic. Then how did Yamaguchi Aiko kill Gunyinji? Luo Jialan. Yamaguchi Aiko spent all her money to set up a trap. She told me that she would definitely be able to kill Gunyinji. And then? Luo Jialan. But the German man who worked with her, York, went back on his word and asked her for money again. He asked her for money again? How much did she give him before? Luo Jialan. Yamaguchi Aiko gave York 100 million US dollars before, but York wasn't satisfied. He asked for another 5 million euros and said that he wanted it for his stepson to use when he was on the run. He also asked that it not be remitted from Yamaguchi Aiko's account. And then you borrowed it? 5 million euros isn't a small amount. Did you lend it to Yamaguchi Aiko or give it to her? Yamaguchi Aiko told me that the trap she set up had already put Gunyinji in danger in Germany. She almost fell into a state of despair where she couldn't even call for help. A trace of joy flashed across Luo Jialan's unfocused eyes, as if she could see Gunyinji in danger. This situation made her happy from the bottom of her heart. So you agreed? Luo Jialan nodded. I agreed to pay the money on the condition that Gunyinji must die. In order to put another foot on Gunyinji and help her go to hell earlier, Luo Jialan, who had always been stingy, generously took out 5 million euros. It was this 5 million euros that exposed her and Yamaguchi Aiko's tracks. It also gave the Special Operations Forces, who had been tracking Yamaguchi Aiko for 2 years, a new light of hope. The female interrogator made a record and continued to ask. Yamaguchi Aiko agreed. She was very surprised and asked me, "So you also have a grudge against Gunyinji?" Luo Jialan licked her lips and wondered why her mouth was so dry. She barely realized how much she had said. The female interrogator smiled. "What did you say?" "I said, I have a grudge. She stole my man, and I hate her more than killing my parents." This was what she had said to Yamaguchi Aiko at that time. She had a particularly deep impression of it because she had received Yamaguchi Aiko's unusual approval. After that, Yamaguchi Aiko had taken her as a confidant and told her many other things. For example, Yamaguchi Aiko had already died at the hands of pirates in the Caribbean Sea, so when she came out to set up a trap, no one would have thought of who the culprit was. After the interrogation, Luo Jialan was taken away and imprisoned. The female interrogator sorted out her interrogation materials and shook her head regretfully. It was true that people died for money and birds died for food. A man who was too beautiful was also a fatal temptation for women. She put away the folder, went to the next room, and knocked on the door. "Come in." Hua Xiaoheng's deep and magnetic voice came from the room. The female interrogator pushed the door open and entered. Hua Xiaoheng, who was dressed in a black Special Operations Forces uniform, sat under the same silver and condensed LED inlaid shadowless light. His expression was steady and calm, and his eyes were dark and bottomless. The female interrogator placed the folder on the small square table in front of him and raised her head, revealing an overly gentle and charming face. Her light brown wavy hair draped behind her head. Her skin was snow white, her nose was high, her eyes were deep, and her lips were dazzling. She had the unique beauty of a mixed-race woman. Her figure was tall, and her curves were undulating like a mountain range. When she looked at people, her eyes moved. Although they were emotionless, they could still intoxicate people. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and smiled. He looked her up and down. "You're back? It seems that your training has been good." The female interrogator immediately gave a proper military salute. Reporting to the chief, "I just returned to the base yesterday. There's not enough manpower for today's interrogation, so I took over temporarily." Hua Xiaoheng nodded, crossed his legs, and said leisurely, "How was the interrogation?" The female interrogator picked up the folder and recounted the results of the previous interrogation before concluding. Combining Luo Jialan's confession and our intelligence, we can see that these two people who also hate Gunyinji have become true best friends. They also reached an agreement that Luo Jialan would transfer the last 5 million euros to York's bank account. When York received the final payment, he became even more aggressive in his pursuit of Gunyenji. At that time, Yamaguchi Aiko even went to Germany personally to take command, but because the German Gestapo interfered, they didn't succeed. Gunyenji was rescued and detained by Reinitz, and Yamaguchi Aiko's whereabouts are unknown. Xiaoheng listened quietly for a while, then said, Yamaguchi Aiko didn't tell Luo Jialan the truth either. I don't believe that she has a twin sister named Yamaguchi Aiko. Also, send someone to check the French records, especially the training classes that Luo Jialan attended. See if we can find any clues about Yamaguchi Aiko. Yes, Chief. The female interrogator quickly recorded it down. I'll hand it over to the relevant person in charge. Xiaoheng nodded slightly and said with satisfaction, I still have other work for you. You can take a break for a few days. After the female interrogator left, Xiaoheng took out the sealed document bag that Xie Xinxing had given him and the letter that was addressed to Song Jining. He placed them on the small square table in front of him and began to ponder. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1333, Fatal Attraction. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. There are 2 updates today. Tomorrow's monthly ticket is 3,900, and there are 3 updates. The second update will be around 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Bagel 16 for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1344. There is a sealed document bag and a letter. Both of these things have been kept in a Swiss bank safe by his uncle, Guanyuan, more than 10 years ago. What exactly was inside? Judging from the time, his uncle had placed these 2 things in the safe and had specified that he would give them to him as a wedding gift when he got married. It shouldn't be some urgent official business. Xiaoheng closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and leaned back against the hardwood chair. Under the silver-white LED shadowless light, his silhouette was deep and clear. His exquisite jaw glowed like jade. The female interrogator, who had returned from assigning work, glanced at him without batting an eyelid and knocked on the door. Chief. Xiaoheng opened his eyes and put away the document bag and letter on the table in front of him. Has everything been assigned? The European field office should have started by now. If there are no accidents, we'll know the results tomorrow morning. They wanted to check the flower ceremony and tea art training classes that Luo Jialan had attended to see if there was a Japanese woman named Yamaguchi Aiko registered among them. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and nodded with a smile. Okay, you can go now. Wait for my notice. The female interrogator smiled comfortably. I haven't taken a vacation in years. I don't even know what it's like to take a vacation. Go back and see your parents and spend time with them. It's been hard on you all these years, Hua Xiaoheng said gently. Also, after you return to the team, the organization will conduct a routine investigation on you. This is a procedure, you understand. I know. The female interrogator nodded calmly. This is a job requirement. Hua Xiaoheng took the document bag and letter and left the Special Operations Forces headquarters building with her. Returning to his official residence room, Hua Xiaoheng took out the 2 things again and looked at them, then opened the sealed document bag. The sealing method of the document bag was a common method that they used. Hua Xiaoheng could open the document bag without breaking the seal. In fact, he did the same. The seal didn't change at all, but he had already opened the document bag. What he took out was a small stack of printed data on A4 paper. The paper was already a little yellow, and it was obvious that it was at least 20 years old. As for the data, Hua Xiaoheng looked at the first page and realized that the data looked familiar. It seemed to be the data that his mother, Ms. Song, often dealt with. He flipped through the pages, and when he reached the last page, his gaze suddenly froze. On the last page, there was a simple message and a strong signature, Gu Xiangwen. Hua Xiaoheng had never expected to see a completely unexpected signature in this document from 17 years ago. He quickly looked through all the data again and confirmed that there was no message on any other paper except for the last page. The message on the last page was also very brief. Mr. Hua, this high-energy magnetic field data was measured by me. I am willing to hand it over to you. I hope that the Huaxia military can start the high-energy magnetic field experiment as soon as possible. As far as I know, the United States, Japan, and Germany are all conducting experiments in this area to varying degrees. As a descendant of Huaxia and a scientist, I have the obligation to remind my motherland. Although I have never returned to Huaxia and am not a Huaxia citizen, Huaxia is still my motherland. It is the motherland of my ancestors, and it is also the motherland of my children and grandchildren. I only wish for Huaxia to prosper and have a strong military that can resist all foreign invasions, protect its people from being killed, and protect its land from being trampled. Sincerely, Gu Xiangwen. Hua Xiaoheng's hands trembled slightly. Hua Xiaoheng, who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed on top of him, had tears in his eyes. It was a thin piece of paper, but it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hands. It was as if it carried the endless faith and determination of the Huaxia people for 100 years to save the nation from extinction. This nation had experienced disasters for 5,000 years, but they had stood up from the ruins again and walked to the forefront of the world. It was because of these intelligent, powerful, and unwilling Huaxia people. He finally understood where the secret experiments carried out by the military had originated from. Hua Xiaoheng sat motionlessly in his study. He had thought about many things the whole night, but it also seemed like he didn't think about anything. He just blinked his eyes, and it was dawn. He stood up, walked to the window, and opened the curtains. He looked at the brilliant light outside the window and took a deep breath. He raised his hand to look at his watch. It was only 6 in the morning. He didn't know if Ms. Song had woken up yet. Hua Xiaoheng suppressed his excitement, changed into camouflage sportswear, and went out for morning training. 10-kilometer cross-country steeplechase, hurdles, pull-ups, push-ups, boxing, and moving target shooting at the shooting range. He was already sweating profusely after completing the simplified version of the daily physical training of a Special Forces soldier. But his mind was also much clearer. It was exactly 7 in the morning when Hua Xiaoheng returned to his official residence. He called Gu Nianji's room to wake her up. Gu Nianji used to wake up at 7 in the morning when she was at the base with him. But ever since she went to university, Gu Nianji had slacked off a lot. Hua Xiaoheng knew that she hated running the most. She had even secretly broken the treadmill in their apartment. She thought he didn't know. Thinking about Gu Nianji's sly and lazy look, Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and kept dialing the internal number in Gu Nianji's room. Gu Nianji was so annoyed that she was finally woken up by him. She picked up the phone angrily and shouted, "Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Call your soul." Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. "I'm not calling your soul. I'm calling your bed." Gu Nianji woke up with a start. "Hua, Major General Hua, was it really okay to be talking dirty so early in the morning? Look at what time it is. Why aren't you getting up?" Hua Xiaoheng urged her calmly. "I'm going to Ms. Song's Institute of High Energy Physics later. Do you want to go?" "Huh? Go see Ms. Song?" Yes. Gu Nianji liked Song Jining very much, so she quickly agreed and got out of bed. Hua Xiaoheng only put down the phone when he saw that Gu Nianji was awake. A call came in through his Bluetooth headset. "Chief, the French field personnel have sent back the results of the investigation." The team leader in charge of interrogating Luo Jialan reported to Hua Xiaoheng. They checked the information on the training classes that Luo Jialan mentioned for the past 2 years, but they didn't see a Japanese name Yamaguchi Aiko sign up. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't surprised. "Are there any other Japanese names?" "No. Other than Luo Jialan's Chinese name, the other names are all typical European and American names." This meant that Yamaguchi Aiko must have used a fake identity and a fake name when she signed up. But she had told Luo Jialan her real name. That wasn't surprising. After all, Luo Jialan hadn't had the chance to see Yamaguchi Aiko's registration information, so she didn't know that Yamaguchi Aiko had used a fake name to sign up. Is there any way to find out where Yamaguchi Aiko is from those typical European and American names? "Chief, we can check, but there have been tens of thousands of people who have signed up for these training classes in the past 2 years. If we check them one by one, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Hua Xiaoheng was just asking casually. It seemed like this lead had been cut off. Yamaguchi Aiko was indeed a very cautious person. The reason why she was able to reveal her true identity in front of Luo Jialan was probably because of the 5 million euros. All right, let's go. There's no need to continue investigating, Hua Xiaoheng ordered. After hanging up the phone, Hua Xiaoheng went upstairs to take a shower. When he came down again, he was already downstairs with Gu Nianji for breakfast. After breakfast, Hua Xiaoheng personally drove Gu Nianji to the Institute of High Energy Physics to look for Song Jining. In the car, Hua Xiaoheng handed Gu Xiangwen's signed data to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji thought it was some top-secret document, so she carefully flipped to the last page. When she saw the signature, she was stunned. This is data from my father. This was the second update for today. Chapter 1334, Messages from the Past. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Tomorrow's monthly votes will be 3,900 for the third update. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1345. Hua Xiaoheng held the steering wheel and nodded calmly. Surprised, right? Even I didn't expect this at all. Gu Nianji's heart was pounding. Her hands were trembling just like Hua Xiaoheng's. She looked through all the data again, but her eyes were filled with circles. She was even worse than Hua Xiaoheng in this regard. She couldn't understand what the data was for at all. She could only learn from Gu Xiangwen's simple message that this was the high-energy magnetic field data that Gu Xiangwen had measured. The United States, Japan, and Germany are all conducting secret research, so our country really can't fall behind. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Our country missed the first and second industrial revolutions and lagged behind the third industrial revolution. And the high-energy magnetic field opened the door to the fourth industrial revolution. This new energy was several orders of magnitude higher than the so-called renewable and environmentally friendly energy. Of course, at the military level, it was dealing with the creation of new weapons. One could imagine how much Gu Xiangwen's letter had shocked the Huaxiao Empire military back then. Gu Nianji listened to Hua Xiaoheng's narration silently and seemed to be deep in thought. Her fingers rubbed her father's signature fondly. This handwriting was almost exactly the same as the handwriting on her childhood photo. When she was rescued by Hua Xiaoheng from that car, the small backpack she was carrying on her back contained drawings of the plane engine and a single photo with her name and date of birth. Faced with her memory loss from shock, the Special Operations Forces also called her Gu Nianji based on that photo and confirmed her birthday. But my father, why is he in contact with Uncle Hua? Gu Nianji asked curiously. How do they meet? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the road ahead and said calmly, My uncle used to do similar work as I did. However, at that time, there wasn't a specialized organization called the Special Operations Forces, but a special operations team directly under the military. Gu Nianji still didn't understand. So, they knew each other? My father said he had never returned to the Huaxiao Empire. How did he know Uncle Hua's identity? Hua Xiaoheng wasn't sure about this, but he knew that perhaps Hua Guanyuan's work had attracted Gu Xiangwen's attention. In other words, Gu Xiangwen had always been paying attention to the technological and military developments of the Huaxiao Empire. After all, the vast majority of overseas Chinese hoped to have a strong and prosperous motherland, with the exception of a few Miang dogs. I'm afraid only my uncle and your father know about this. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji also happened to look up at him. Their eyes met, both of them thinking the same thing. Perhaps their meeting was not a coincidence. Was Gu Xiangwen's meticulous plan for that sudden car accident? However, by that time, Hua Guanyuan had already been dead for 10 years. Gu Xiangwen did not contact anyone from the Chinese military. Did he only communicate with Hua Guanyuan? The two didn't talk anymore and drove all the way to Song Jining's Institute of High Energy Physics. What wind is blowing today? What brings you two busy people here? Song Jining, who was wearing a white lab coat, smiled, and opened the door for them, inviting them in. This was Song Jinning's office. Outside the office was a small living room with two double sofas placed opposite each other in the middle. After Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng sat down, Hua Xiaoheng placed the letter that Xie Xinxing had brought in front of Song Jinning. Gu Nianji thought about it and placed the document bag in front of Song Jinning. "What's this?" Song Jinning was surprised. "It actually has my name on it?" However, upon closer inspection, the handwriting was a little familiar. She frowned slightly and stroked the yellowed envelope, but didn't open it. "Where did you get this letter from?" Song Jinning's voice lowered. "If I'm not mistaken, this is your uncle's handwriting." Song Jinning had known about Hua Guanyuan's feelings for her from the lawsuit with Bai Jini early last year. She didn't fall in love with him because of this, but she was still filled with gratitude for Hua Guanyuan's pure and unadulterated love. Not only was she grateful for his deep love, but he was also considerate of her and didn't cause her any trouble. She was also grateful for him saving her life 17 years ago. There was also an inexplicable awkwardness. After all, Hua Guanyuan was her ex-husband's older brother. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at the document bag on the coffee table and said calmly, "Uncle rented a safe in my name at a Swiss bank 17 years ago. These two things came from that safe." Then, she added, "Uncle also has a copy of his will in that safe. They were both brought over by my uncle this time." Song Jinning was slightly surprised. "Your uncle has returned to the country?" "Yes, he's only been back for 2 days." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said, "Grandfather just had an attack. He hasn't woken up yet after emergency treatment in the hospital." Song Jinning, "Everything happened after your granduncle came back?" Song Jinning smiled and shook her head. "He still abhors evil and can't tolerate even a speck of sand in his eyes." Song Jinning immediately realized that Hua Xiuwenong being hospitalized for emergency treatment and Xie Xinxing returning to the country with a copy of Hua Guanyuan's will were inextricably linked. Gu Nianji couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. She said, "Granduncle is so amazing." Grandfather Hua kept saying that he had lost Uncle Hua's will. It was gone. Granduncle finally took out a copy of the will. Grandfather Hua almost fainted at that time. A safe from 17 years ago. Song Jinning shook her head with a smile and asked carefully, "This is indeed something your uncle would do. By the way, when exactly was it? Do you know?" Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. There was a receipt for renting the safe and the keepsake. The time was about, Hua Xiaoheng said a date 17 years ago. Song Jinning was silent for a long time before saying, "That was a month before our official experiment began." A month later, they started the experiment again. They didn't know what went wrong in the middle, but there was a major accident. A huge explosion. Not only did almost all the participants in the experiment die in that accident, but even the original data used as a reference was destroyed. That was because the original data was stored in the basement of the experimental building. At that time, there was no concept of cloud storage. Because of the need for security, they didn't store any original data elsewhere. It was also because of this reason that Bai Jini took advantage of the fact that almost all the main participants in the experiment were dead to seize the power of the Institute of High-Energy Physics, hoping to restart the experiment on her own. But the result was obvious. 17 years had passed, and Bai Jini's experiment hadn't made any progress until Gu Nianji sent her to prison last year. If the accident hadn't destroyed the original data, it would have been much easier for us to restart the experiment now. Song Jinning ran her hand through her hair and said regretfully, "My father and your uncle were the ones who led the experiment at that time. Everything was mediated by the two of them. Even I was only following orders." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She opened the document bag and took out the data inside. She only left a brief message from Gu Xiangwen on the last page and placed the rest of the A4 paper in front of Song Jinning. "Ms. Song, take a look at this. Do you remember anything?" Song Jinning glanced at Gu Nianji and lowered her head to pick up the small stack of A4 paper. Her expression froze as soon as she glanced at it. Then she stood up from the sofa and said excitedly, "Where did you get this data? How did you get this original data?" This is the original data you used for the experiment? Gun Yinji was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help secretly giving herself a thumbs up. She had guessed right. The original data that Song Jining and the others had relied on for the experiment 17 years ago had indeed been provided by her father, Gu Xiangwen. Song Jining nodded repeatedly. Although I don't remember the specific data values, I still have a general impression of the data range. This data should be the original data I saw back then. But how did you get it? She remembered that her father had hidden the original data in a thermostatic, dry safe in the basement of the experiment building like a treasure. He couldn't even make a copy. When he wanted to see it, he had to go through layers of security and go to the basement to study the data himself. What they could bring up were derived values derived from the original data. Song Jining had spent countless days and nights in the basement back then, constantly calculating and deducing the original data. Because the magnetic field data was closely related to the natural environment, the slightest change in the natural environment would cause a huge change in the magnetic field data. Therefore, the original data could only provide them with a set of reference objects. They needed to use this set of reference objects to find the magnetic field values that belonged to their own country's environment. Gunyinji said, if this really is the original set of data you had back then, I think it should be the original version. What you used was actually a copy. Song Jining looked up at Gunyinji. You're saying that this is the real original version? Hua Xiaoheng also nodded. The original data you saw was attached to the letter that Ninji's father, Gu Xiangwen, wrote to Uncle back then. Gu Ninji quickly took out the last page of the data and placed it in front of Song Jining. Ms. Song, take a look. Song Jining quickly read Gu Xiangwen's message and was extremely touched. This is really Gu Xiangwen's handwriting? I didn't think I would have the honor of seeing the original work of this great scientist with my own eyes. Gu Ninji, it seemed too exaggerated. She smiled sheepishly and said, Ms. Song, it's good that I can help you. Of course. Song Jining couldn't wait any longer. Ninji, can I make a copy of this data? To tell you the truth, ever since the appearance of nature's uncanny high-energy magnetic field in the Sea of Japan and the magnetic field observation in Tunguska, Siberia, Russia, I've had a lot of new ideas about this experiment. But as you know, this kind of experiment is very dangerous. Without detailed parameter verification, I don't dare to do it rashly. Now that I have this set of original data, my verification process will be even more perfect. She understood each of these sentences separately, but when they were strung together, she couldn't understand a single word. She could only look at Song Jining with a not-understanding smile. Gu Ninji kept nodding. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. You're beautiful. Whatever you say is right. Song Jining. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed Gu Ninji's head. Don't mess around. We're getting down to business. This was the first night watch of the day. Chapter 1335. You're beautiful, whatever you say. It was the third night watch of the day. Once it was time for the third night watch, the monthly votes would shoot up like a rocket. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the monthly votes would increase to 3,900, and the third night watch would be at around 8 o'clock in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Lu Xiaodi and Beth1211 for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Moi. Chapter 1346. Song Jining looked at Gu Ninji and knew that she didn't understand the danger of this experiment. Looking at the raw data in her hand, Song Jining had a pained expression on her face. Ninji, do you know why Xiaoheng's uncle rented a safe on the eve of the experiment and put the backup of the will and the original data in it? Gu Ninji rolled her eyes. Isn't this because he's not putting all his eggs in one basket and spreading the risk? Yes. Song Jining nodded approvingly. Hua Guanyuan is a very cautious and careful person. He backed up these things in advance and stored them elsewhere because he was fully aware of the danger of this experiment. How dangerous is it? Gu Ninji was even more curious. Isn't it just an experiment? Isn't it controllable? Song Jining shook her head. This is a very cutting-edge experiment. She paused and remembered that Gun Yinji and Xiaoheng weren't on the confidential list of their experiment, so they couldn't know the details of the experiment. Song Jining looked down and thought for a while, then said, Nianji, do you still remember the explosion ruins we saw in the Tunguska region of Siberia, Russia? Gun Yinji nodded. I remember. It was such a huge pit, like a sinkhole. It's hard to imagine that it was caused by an explosion. The last time our experiment had a major accident, the explosion was similar to the Tunguska explosion. Of course, the explosion here is much smaller and not as powerful, because we don't have that much energy to support the explosion to the extent of the Tunguska explosion. Gun Yinji. Song Jinning's words sounded really complicated. It was both regretful and glad. It was as if she was regretful that they didn't have that much energy, but also glad that they didn't have that much energy. In short, it was a long story. Gun Yinji could understand Song Jinning's indescribable feelings. She stood up and walked to Song Jinning's side. She held her hand and comforted her. Ms. Song, with this raw data, I believe that with your abilities, the experiment will definitely succeed. Song Jinning was touched. Gun Yinji continued, even if it doesn't succeed, it doesn't matter. Failure is the mother of success. Song Jinning was exasperated and amused at the same time. She reached out and pinched Gun Yinji's delicate and straight nose. Little Nianji, you're wrong this time. If this kind of experiment fails, the car will be destroyed and we'll die. We can only succeed, not fail. Gun Yinji's beautiful eyes widened even more. Oh, it was just an experiment. Is it really that serious? What do you think? Song Jinning looked at the raw data in her hands and sighed faintly. The United States, Japan, Germany, and maybe other countries have been conducting the same experiment for more than a decade. But look at them. Who has ever announced success? It's all behind closed doors. Who knows how many people have died or been injured? Gun Yinji blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Then, has anyone ever succeeded with this experiment? Of course. Song Jinning waved the stack of A4 papers at Gun Yinji. Your father, Gu Xiangwen, succeeded once. As far as we know, he's the only person on the entire blue planet who has ever succeeded. Gun Yinji gasped. You're not exaggerating on purpose, are you? Her father, Gu Xiangwen, had succeeded on his own in an experiment that even the top 10 countries on Blue Planet had failed with the help of their entire country. This was too exaggerated. Why would I exaggerate? Song Jinning didn't understand. Look at the raw data. Everyone who has done this experiment knows that without success, we wouldn't have gotten the raw data. Then can't we just follow the data? Gun Yinji was even more confused. Since he succeeded before, shouldn't it be repeatable? Nianji, the repeatability of this kind of experiment is different from other experiments. For other experiments, we just need to produce the successful data for everyone to replicate. But for this experiment, because the experimental conditions are so different, no one can replicate the experimental conditions of others. Therefore, it's impossible to completely repeat the experiment based on other people's data. But having a set of successful raw data is also very important because it points you in the right direction. It's like marking coordinates on an unfamiliar road. You follow the coordinates, and you'll be able to reach the other side of success. Without this set of successful raw data, you might not even be able to reach the edge of the road. Gun Yinji nodded thoughtfully. So you're saying that my father's original data helped us find the right path? But finding this path doesn't mean we've reached the end. Yes, to complete this path, we still have to rely on ourselves to explore. But with this set of raw data, we can greatly shorten the time we need to explore. Song Jinning smiled sincerely. But how did my father succeed on his own? Gun Yinji still felt that it was too unbelievable. She knew that her father, Gu Xiangwen, was a genius, but she still hadn't expected him to be this talented. I like to know that too, Song Jinning said with great yearning as she held the stack of A4 papers tightly to her chest. If I have the chance to meet your father, I'll definitely ask him many questions about physics. Gun Yinji looked at Song Jinning silently and imagined her father and Ms. Song discussing the famous problems in physics together. She suddenly felt that the image was too beautiful to look at. Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak until Song Jining was about to take the stack of A4 papers to make a copy. Hua Xiaoheng reached out and said, "I'll make a copy. Take a look at this letter." He pointed to Hua Guanyuan's letter to Song Jining. Song Jining pursed her lips and reluctantly placed the stack of A4 papers back into Hua Xiaoheng's hand. She reminded him, "You have to be careful. Don't use too much force. You can't tear it even a little." Gunyinji, Hua Xiaoheng took the A4 papers and turned to leave. He went to the copy room next to Song Jining's office to make a copy. Gunyinji pulled Song Jining to sit down and smiled. "Ms. Song, you're not going to read this letter, are you?" Song Jining sighed and whispered, "Xiaoheng was here just now, so I was too embarrassed to say it. Can you help me take a look at this letter? If it has nothing to do with the experiment, I won't read it." Gunyinji knew what Song Jining was worried about, so she whispered, "Ms. Song, that's not good, is it? No matter what, Uncle Hua has been sacrificed for so many years. Just take it as the last thing you can do for a martyr. Why don't you take a look at his letter?" Song Jining felt that Gunyinji's words made sense. Besides, why would she need to avoid suspicion? She had already divorced Hua Guanchen. Did she still think of herself as Hua Guanchen's wife and Hua Guanyuan's sister-in-law? Haha, she was really thinking too much. Song Jining had come around to this point, so she didn't refuse anymore. She picked up the letter Hua Guanyuan had left behind and tore open the seal without hesitation. Gunyinji became nervous and stared at Song Jining intently. Song Jining took out a thin piece of letterhead from the envelope. It was a pure white letterhead with a pencil sketch of Song Jining on it. She was sitting at the desk in the classroom with one hand supporting her head and the other holding a pen. The other end of the pen was in her mouth as she looked at the door with a smile. There was no signature or title. It was just a simple black and white pencil sketch with a simple expression, but made people feel the infinite affection that the person who drew it had poured into it, and a shock that struck straight to the heart. Song Jining looked at the pencil sketch in a daze and suddenly said, "This is what I looked like when I graduated from college at the age of 17. Because it was that year that Hua Guanchen had confessed to her, and she had accepted him and officially become his girlfriend. Later, she had gone to the United States to study for 3 years. After she had completed her studies and returned home, she had married Hua Guanchen. The two of them had had so many beautiful memories, but they had been changed beyond recognition by the passage of time. Song Jining no longer had any feelings for Hua Guanchen, and she had already planned for the rest of her life. Her scientific research projects were packed, so she had no time to think about personal matters. As for Hua Guanyuan, she had no idea that his feelings for her had started so early. This person hid his feelings and thoughts too deeply. Song Jining let out a long sigh and put the pencil sketch back into the envelope. "I like this drawing very much. Nianji, tell Xiaoheng that I'm leaving this letter." With that, she turned around and left the lab, returning to her dormitory. Gunyinji didn't chase after her. Instead, she looked at Song Jining's back with understanding. She knew that Hua Guanyuan had used his own death to sublimate his feelings for Song Jining. Regardless of whether Song Jining loved Hua Guanyuan or not, she would never forget everything that this person had done for her in silence. Hua Xiaoheng returned with the copied data. Seeing that Song Jining was no longer in the office, he frowned and asked Gunyinji, "Where's Ms. Song?" Gunyinji pointed in the direction that Song Jining had left. She should have gone back to the dormitory. By the way, Ms. Song said that she liked that painting very much, so she kept the letter. "What painting?" Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. Could it be that there was a painting in that letter? Gunyinji nodded. "Your uncle also knows how to draw. He drew a pencil sketch of Ms. Song. It's really good." Hua Xiaoheng. He also understood Song Jining's feelings, but as a son, his feelings were even more complicated. Hua Xiaoheng picked up the phone and called Song Jining. "Ms. Song, I've put the copied data in the safe in your office," Hua Xiaoheng said to Song Jining as he opened the safe. Song Jining stood in front of the window and nodded. "Okay, the password to my safe is no need I've already opened it. With a click, the safe in Song Jinning's office opened. Song Jinning, Gunyanji. How could she have forgotten that Hui Xiaoheng also had a unique skill, which was opening people's safes? This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1336, same approach. It was the third update of the day. A reminder for everyone. Monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes for 3,900 plus updates were delivered. The third update was around 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1347. After placing the data in the safe, Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji left the Institute of High Energy Physics. In the car, Hua Xiaoheng discussed with Gu Nianji. How do you plan to fight Luo Jialan's case? You mean the case of Ms. Song suing Luo Jialan for attempted murder? Yes, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. She personally admitted yesterday that she was involved in Yamaguchi Aiko's pursuit of you in Germany. But because you were hunted down in Germany, it involved the German Gestapo, and it involved too much national security. So we can't use this confession and evidence to publicly prosecute Luo Jialan. Gunyinji nodded, not surprised. It's okay. I know she's part of it. Besides, the real culprit is Yamaguchi Aiko. Luo Jialan is just an insignificant minion. Sorry to trouble you. Well, Xiaoheng freed a hand and patted her head. I'll help you catch Yamaguchi Aiko. Gun Yinji pursed her lips and said firmly, the net of the law is long, but nothing escapes. Of course, Yamaguchi Aiko will be caught, but Luo Jialan will also have to pay the corresponding price for what she has done. Even if they couldn't charge her for participating in the assassination of Gun Yinji, it was certain that she intended to murder Song Jinning. As long as this charge was established, it would be enough for Luo Jialan to suffer. What we should do now is to show the trust fund manager a copy of Uncle Hua's will and transfer the trust fund from Luo Jialan's name. Gun Yinji reminded Hua Xiaoheng, you have to hurry up with setting up the Guanyuan fund. Hua Xiaoheng had already made the arrangements. He smiled and said, I'll ask my uncle to help me handle the transfer of the trust fund's beneficiaries. He's better at it than I am. Gun Yinji saw that Hua Xiaoheng had asked Xie Beichan for help, so she didn't say anything else. The car sped all the way. Before they arrived at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng received another call from Hua Guanchen. He told him that Hua Xiwenong had not woken up yet and had been transferred to the Special Patients Ward. They needed to hire a professional nurse who knew how to take care of vegetative patients. Hua Xiaoheng replied dryly, thank you for your hard work. Grandfather's life is not in danger, is it? He's out of danger. Hua Guanchen was very tired, but all the data doesn't look good. The doctor said that if he doesn't wake up in 4 weeks, he'll be in a vegetative state. You're so busy. Do you need me to get a nurse for you? Hua Xiaoheng had been resting at the base recently, so he had more time than Hua Guanchen. Gun Yinji listened attentively from the side and whispered, you can't do this. When Grandfather Hua is fine, the Zhang family often comes forward. Now that something had happened, they were going to hide? You have to let the Zhang family bear half of the responsibility of taking care of him. Hua Xiwenong had risked his life to seek benefits for his illegitimate son and even didn't hesitate to harm the interests of Hua Xiaoheng, his legitimate grandson. When Gun Yinji thought of this, she took it to heart. Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Guanchen both heard what Gun Yinji said and fell silent at the same time. They really didn't think about the Zhang family just now. I think Nianji is right. Hua Guanchen's tone softened. I'll call Zhang Baochen and ask him to take on half the responsibility of taking care of her. Hua Xiaoheng turned on the speakerphone, so Gun Yinji could hear what Hua Guanchen said. She was a little happy. After all, Hua Guanchen had always had a bad impression of her. It was rare for him to take the initiative to praise her like this. Gun Yinji smiled and said, not only do you have to bear half of the responsibility of taking care of her, but you also have to bear half of the care and medical expenses. Mr. Hua, you must remember to mention it. It's fine if I pay, right? Hua Guanchen didn't think much of it at this moment. As long as I can contribute. When Hua Xiwenong was an old cadre, medical care was free. However, After being stripped of his military rank and forced to retire, his benefits were canceled. Now, he was no different from an ordinary citizen. Although he had purchased commercial medical insurance, the expenses of a vegetable were not covered by the commercial medical insurance. This was a lot of money. Xiaoheng and Huo Guanxin could afford it. But if the Zhang family had to bear half of the medical expenses, they could only tighten their belts or sell their extra houses. Gun Yinji knew that Huo Guanxin was taking it for granted again. She quickly explained, "Mr. Hua, it's like this. As grandfather Hua's illegitimate child, Zhang Baoqin also has the obligation to support the elderly. Whether they're willing or not is one thing, but whether you mention it or not is another. If you don't mention it, if there's a property involved in the future, they will say that you didn't ask them to support you. It's not that they don't want to support you. You have to give them a chance to perform. If you don't mention it, the other party will use, I don't know, to avoid responsibility in the future." Huo Guanxin understood. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Nianji is really mischievous. Not only are you digging a hole, but you're also blocking other people's paths in advance so that they have no choice but to jump into the hole." Gun Yinji raised an eyebrow and smiled. "How am I digging a hole? I'm just making legal suggestions according to the law." She simply made it clear. They can't exercise their rights when it comes to inheritance. When it comes to supporting them, they can shirk all kinds of responsibilities. The law clearly states that if a person with a right to inheritance fails to fulfill his obligation to support them, it's equivalent to abandonment and can be deprived of the right to inheritance. They openly ask the other party to fulfill their obligation to support them. If the other party was unwilling, then they would know how powerful they were after Hua Xiuanong passed away. If they were willing, that would be even better. Huo Guanxin and Hua Xiaoheng could worry less. They believed that they didn't care about Hua Xiuanong's inheritance. When it came to inheritance, Huo Guanxin understood even more. He smiled bitterly and said, "I hope your grandfather is fine." Although his heart is a little biased, but Gun Yinji didn't like hearing such words. She turned her head to look out of the car window and didn't say anything else. Hua Xiaoheng turned off the speakerphone and said to Huo Guanxin, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm driving." Huo Guanxin nodded. "Be careful." After hanging up the phone, Hua Xiaoheng freed a hand and patted Gun Yinji's head. "Okay, don't be angry. I'm not worth it for you." Gun Yinji turned around and took Hua Xiaoheng's hand off. She placed it back on the steering wheel and deliberately said with a straight face, "Drive properly. Don't break the traffic rules." Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. His pleasant and magnetic voice calmed Gun Yinji's emotions. She no longer bared her fangs and brandished her claws like an angry little kitten. After a while, Gun Yinji whispered, "Grandfather Hua is your grandfather. I shouldn't have said bad things about him, but he's too good at pretending. Think about it. When your grandmother died, he refused to give her part of the inheritance. I thought he was a noble person. In the end, after your uncle died, he started to covet his trust fund." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and said lightly, "When my grandmother died, my uncle was still alive and well. At that time, grandfather didn't know that Luo Jialan wasn't my uncle's biological daughter. Therefore, Hua Xiuanong's suspicions about Luo Jialan's identity had probably started when he saw Hua Guanyuan's will. It was very suspicious that his inheritance was not given to his biological daughter, but to his nephew. When he found out that Luo Jialan and Hua Guanxin weren't father and daughter, Hua Xiuanong's mind naturally cleared up. His inheritance was insignificant, and it didn't make much of a difference whether he wanted it or not. But Hua Guanxin's trust fund was no small matter. Not everyone could maintain their original intentions in the face of such a large sum of money. Gun Yinji thought about it. "Okay then, I hope he'll learn a lesson this time." The two of them returned to the base and saw several high-level bulletproof cars parked at the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Gun Yinji looked at the license plate of one of the cars and said in surprise, "Isn't that Speaker Long's car?" Hua Xiaoheng also said, "There's also General Ji and Prime Minister Bai. What were the three of them doing at Hua Xiaoheng's official residence?" This was today's third update, Chapter 1337, it's rare. It was the third update today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1348. Gun Yinji wasn't very sure, but Hua Xiaoheng was well aware. The three of them couldn't wait any longer, so they came to visit Xie Xinxing together. Hua Xiaoheng put his arm around Gun Yinji's waist and walked up the steps of the official residence together. He said softly, "They're here to see Granduncle." Gun Yinji had also guessed it, so she nodded calmly. Got it. The two of them walked into the living room together. The center of the spacious living room was slightly sunken, and there was a set of simple and low-key corner sofas. Xie Xinxing sat alone with his back to the north. Opposite him were the three most powerful men in the Huaxia Empire, and all of them were respectful. General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai sat in front of Xie Xinxing, as upright as primary school students in front of their teachers. If Hua Xiaoheng hadn't reminded Gun Yinji felt that her jaw would have dropped. It took her a lot of effort to look away. She lowered her eyes and bowed to the four people in the living room with Hua Xiaoheng. General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, three rare guests, Hua Xiaoheng said politely, then greeted Xie Xinxing. Granduncle. Xie Xinxing smiled and waved at them. Nianji, come here and sit next to Granduncle. He didn't call Hua Xiaoheng because Hua Xiaoheng was General Ji's subordinate, so it wasn't appropriate for him to put on airs in front of his immediate superior. Gun Yinji was different. Although she also served in the Senate, she hadn't officially joined it yet. Moreover, she was a woman, so she had some privileges in front of men. Besides, she was also Xie Xinxing's junior, the kind who was related to him. Gun Yinji walked over obediently. Granduncle. Xie Xinxing patted Gun Yinji's hand and smiled at the three big shots in front of him. You're too kind. I came back this time for this junior of mine. Her deceased aunt was the daughter-in-law of the Xie family, and she's engaged to Xiaoheng this time. I thought I had to come back and hold an engagement banquet for her. I hope the three of you will do me the honor. Xie Xinxing had personally held an engagement banquet for Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng. Everyone could tell how important this was. It seemed that the Xie family really approved of this marriage. General Ji was most happy to see this happen. He immediately smiled and said, "That's great. Old Mr. Xie really has foresight and courage. Our Xiaoheng's fiancé is in high demand. Fortunately, you were able to help us settle the matter with one palm. Ha ha." Everyone laughed together. Speaker Long was actually related to the Xie family by marriage in a roundabout way. After Gun Yinji's aunt, Gu Tian, passed away, Gu Tian's husband, Xie Dezhao, married Speaker Long's cousin, and Xie Dezhao was a member of the Xie family. Although he was a distant relative of Xie Xinxing and the others, he was still a member of the Xie family. However, this relationship was so distant that Speaker Long didn't dare claim to be Xie Xinxing's relative. He didn't expect Xie Xinxing to value Gun Yinji so much. They were also distant in-laws. Xie Xinxing treated Gun Yinji as a true relative and junior, but he was much more polite and distant towards Speaker Long. Speaker Long knew that Xie Xinxing was deliberately raising Gun Yinji's status. After all, Hua Xiaoheng was too eye-catching. Gun Yinji was a little orphan with no parents and no family. If she wanted to gain a foothold in the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire, just the support of the Hua family wasn't enough. However, if the Xie family directly stood up for Gun Yinji, then no one in the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire would dare to look down on Gun Yinji again. On the contrary, he knew very well that after this engagement party, Gun Yinji would enter the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire with a new attitude. Those who used to look down on her would probably be filled with regret. Speaker Long thought about it and smiled even more like a Methriya Buddha. He said, "Nianji is a member of the Senate. Whoever dares to go against her will be going against the Senate. The members of the Senate don't have any other abilities, but they are eloquent and good at writing. When the time comes, let's see who can hold on. Ha ha." Prime Minister Bai wasn't as relaxed as General Ji and Speaker Long. He was still a little reserved. He smiled calmly and didn't say anything. Although Xie Xinxing had been joking, he hadn't stopped observing and evaluating the three people in front of him for a moment. He had handed over such a large country to them. He hoped that they were all people who had the heart to do something and put the interests of the country first. General Ji had always been a good person. Although Speaker Long looked kind, Xie Xinxing knew that he was the best at hiding a knife in a velvet glove. As for Bai Jiansheng, Xie Xinxing nodded slightly in his heart. Decades of cabinet career had made him very cautious. However, in the end, he was able to stand out in the general election and become the prime minister. He was also a person who had a plan and was willing to endure hardships. He was also someone who had the heart to do something and hoped to leave his name in history. Xie Xinxing was at ease with such a person as prime minister. He nodded and smiled. "You're being too polite. I originally said that I would entertain you at my house, but this is Xiaoheng's official residence, so I'll present it to you. We'll be eating here today. Tell Xiaoheng what you want to eat and let him make it. Oh, we'll be able to eat Major General Hua's cooking today." Speaker Long was surprised and delighted. He exchanged a look with Bai Jiansheng and was extremely happy. The corners of General Ji's mouth twitched. Xiaoheng also has an orderly in charge of cooking. What are you two so happy about? He was Hua Xiaoheng's immediate superior, but he had never received such treatment. What right did these two have to share with him? Speaker Long looked at Gu Nianji, who was sitting next to Xie Xinxing. He smiled and said, "Xiaoheng might not be able to cook alone. Nianji will also go help. The two of you can cook a meal for us together. Old Ji, is that okay? Look at you. Your eyes are about to become copper bells." When General Ji heard this, he laughed heartily. "That won't do. If Nianji cooks, I'd rather not eat Xiaoheng's food. I'll leave immediately. I'll leave the danger zone immediately. By the way, Mr. Xie, I have to take you with me too. Little Nianji cooks, that's a big deal. The entire base's bomb squad and firefighters have to be on standby." He was teasing her about how she had almost burned down the kitchen when she was cooking. Gu Nianji blushed and felt extremely uncomfortable sitting next to Xie Xinxing. "Old Ji, there's more to what you're saying. What happened?" Speaker Long didn't understand and looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "Xiaoheng, tell us, is there anything that Old Ji knows that we don't?" Gu Nianji couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and said, "I'll go change my clothes. Please take a seat first." As she spoke, she ran upstairs as if she was fleeing. Everyone looked at each other and listened as General Ji laughed and told them about how Gu Nianji had tried to cook a few days ago and ended up causing the entire base to enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. Even someone as composed as Xie Xinxing laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He took a tissue from the coffee table and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He couldn't stop smiling. "This little girl is so funny. This won't do. I have to give her a top-notch chef. Otherwise, what if Xiaoheng makes her angry when she gets married and doesn't know how to cook? How is that possible? Xiaoheng is destined to cook for your Nianji for the rest of his life." General Ji laughed. "Time is too tight today, so let the kitchen prepare something to eat. We'll save our stomachs and wait for Xiaoheng and Nianji's engagement feast another day." Xie Xinxing agreed. He didn't have any intention of forcing Hua Xiaoheng to cook it himself. As soon as General Ji said it, he immediately changed his mind and said, "Then let the kitchen prepare some dishes that we all like to eat. Let's talk while we eat." It was everyone's tradition to talk business when they were eating and drinking. Many things were discussed at the wine table. One's alcohol tolerance was like one's character. Only when one saw the other party drinking could one feel at ease to talk about things. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and went to the kitchen to discuss the dishes with the head chef of the day. After everything was arranged, he went upstairs to see Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji lay on the bed alone and buried her little face in the soft goose down pillow. She almost sank into it. Hua Xiaoheng picked her up. "Are you trying to suffocate yourself to death?" Gu Nianji buried her head in his arms again and said in a muffled voice, "It's so embarrassing. How did they know?" Hua Xiaoheng was amused. It was such a big scene, and it was in the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Did you expect General G not to know? I've tried my best to hide it for you. Look at Speaker Long and Prime Minister Bai. They don't know. But they know now. Gu Nianji was indignant. I didn't expect General G to be like this. Big mouth. Shameful. Major General Hua. You're not allowed to cook for them. Gu Nianji still didn't know that Xie Xinxing had changed his mind. Yes, I won't cook for them. I'll only cook for you. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head, and his voice suddenly softened. Be good, be good. Gu Nianji's heart was stirred by his magnetic and melodious voice. No matter how big her emotions were, they were soothed by him. Every pore on her body rippled with the word joy. She leaned against his chest and smelled his unique scent. It was dry and refreshing, like the summer sun. She could hear his vigorous heartbeat. This man from head to toe, inside and out, was hers. Gu Nianji looked up at Hua Xiaoheng's exquisite and perfect jaw. She wanted nothing more than to push him down, of course. She was just thinking about it. There were 4 big shots sitting downstairs. How could Hua Xiaoheng be pushed down by her upstairs and then do that and that? Gu Nianji squirmed in Hua Xiaoheng's arms resentfully. Her slightly hoarse and soft voice was like a little kitten meowing coquettishly. Remember what you said. You said you'd only cook for me. Hua Xiaoheng patted her back. I'll definitely only cook for you in my private time. Don't worry about that. But he still had work hours, so he couldn't guarantee that. Gu Nianji didn't dwell on it. She nodded quickly. I know. I'm talking about private time too. As for your work, Gu Nianji looked up at Hua Xiaoheng with a half-smile. Her eyes were seductive. Major General Hua has even pretended to be your fiancé. What's so special about cooking? Hua Xiaoheng. This little vixen was getting better and better at flirting. Hua Xiaoheng's heart warmed. If it weren't for the 4 big shots sitting downstairs, he could have sex with this little vixen right now. He closed his eyes and restrained himself. He put her on the sofa and stood up. Gu Nianji reclined on the sofa and looked at Hua Xiaoheng lazily. She gently stroked her collarbone with one hand in a seductive posture. She was going to be a demon again. Hua Xiaoheng leaned over and kissed her lips fiercely. He said hoarsely, You stay here obediently and wait for me to come up tonight to catch the demon. Okay? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1338. She's going to be a demon again. Looking at the monthly votes, he decided that it would be the 3rd update today. It was going to reach 4,200 soon, so he'd increase the update in advance. At around 1 p.m., the monthly votes would increase to 4,200, and the 3rd update would be around 8 p.m. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Chapter 1349. Gu Nianji raised her head and closed her eyes. She said in a low voice with a smile, If you don't come, the fairy will fly away. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He pinched her waist and rubbed it hard before using great willpower to pull himself away from her. When he returned downstairs, he chatted with the 4 big shots and poured tea and snacks for them. It wasn't easy for him to calm down from the amazement and excitement just now. Xie Xinxing, General G, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai had already talked about business. The living room of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence was one of the safest places in the entire Huaxia Empire. They could talk about many things here without worrying about being eavesdropped. Xie Xinxing asked with concern about the secret experiment that the military had collaborated with the Institute of High-Energy Physics. The major accident 17 years ago cannot be an obstacle to your continued progress. As far as I know, the United States has made great progress in this regard. If we haven't made a breakthrough, we'll be greatly behind in this 4th industrial revolution. The Huaxia Empire had missed the 1st and 2nd industrial revolutions. Now, in the 3rd industrial revolution, the Huaxia Empire could be considered to be lagging behind. Other than the 1st industrial revolution, the 2nd and 3rd industrial revolutions were mainly characterized by the replacement of energy sources. The 4th industrial revolution was an advanced form of energy replacement, the development and use of magnetic energy. In this regard, military technology was always at the forefront of civilian technology. Every major breakthrough in science and technology started in the military. For example, the network technology that had swept the world in the past decade or so was born from a secret U.S. military laboratory decades ago. At first, it was only used on a small scale in the military, but later it developed into civilian use. Then it became an indispensable daily routine in people's lives. General G quickly said, "Ever since Director Song recovered, we've been preparing to restart the experiment." Director Song is the only researcher who survived that experiment. With her as the leader, I believe we can overcome the difficulties, find out the reason for our previous failure, and make new progress. Xie Xinxing nodded and said with relief, "That's good. We can't let go of this research for even a day. There's been no progress in the past 17 years. We don't have much time left. We have to hurry." "Don't worry, we'll definitely work hard to catch up." General G, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister by all expressed their determination with very serious expressions. This was not only Xie Xinxing's wish, but also the wish of General G, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, and millions of Huaxia people. Hua Xiaoheng recalled the original data in his uncle's safe and Gu Xiangwen's letter. His heart skipped a beat. How did Gu Xiangwen get in touch with Uncle? He knew that the founder of his line of work had many informants overseas, but these people only had one line of communication with him. They only recognized him and only sent him messages. They never contacted anyone else. Moreover, after the death of the founder, many people also cut off contact with the Huaxiao Empire and did not continue to be informants. In his later years, the founder refused to write his memoirs. That was because he knew too many things and knew too many people. There were many secrets that he couldn't say aloud. He would rather take them to his grave. At the end of the day, those people were willing to work for him because they trusted him. The people who had been in contact with the Grandmaster were not ordinary people. It wasn't that he looked down on ordinary people, but there were some important intelligence clues that ordinary people couldn't get their hands on. You had to be in that position to be able to play a greater role. Of course, there were also some people who chose to continue working with the Huaxia Empire, but the most powerful person among them had died in an American prison because of Bai Yuxing's betrayal. Therefore, those people in the past didn't dare to contact them. This was something that couldn't be helped. Hua Xiaoheng was only wondering if Gu Xiangwen was also maintaining this kind of one-way contact with his uncle, Hua Guanyuan, just like those people who had been in contact with the Grandmaster. And did Hua Guanyuan also abide by their agreement and not say a word to anyone else like the founder of their line of work? The fact that this raw data was preserved and handed over to Hua Xiaoheng must have been the result of many considerations. For Hua Guanyuan to do this was already the limit of what he could do, right? It would probably be a fantasy if he wanted to find Gu Xiangwen's contact information through him. Hua Xiaoheng frowned slightly. It seemed that this path wouldn't work. He had to find another way. On Ozawa's side, it was time to urge him. That day, General G, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai lingered in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence until late at night. They only left after having supper. After sending the 3 big shots back, Xie Xinxing said to Hua Xiaoheng, "I have to go back to the West Mountain Villa tomorrow. Nianji should come with me and stay at my place for a few days. Do you agree?" Of course, Hua Xiaoheng agreed. He even said, "I don't have anything to do these few days, so I'll stay with you." Xie Xinxing. Xie Xinxing raised his eyelids and looked at him. He chuckled. "You can't bear to part with her? TSK. Don't worry, I won't mistreat your little wife." Hua Xiao. The next day, the weather was sunny and sunny. It was a little hot early in the morning. Gu Nianji came down from upstairs. She was wearing a pair of white leggings and a pair of Isabelle Marant shoes. She wore a pair of Isabelle Marant flat-bottomed white cleats and a dark blue cotton liquor t-shirt. It fit her very well, accentuating her exquisite figure and slender waist. Her hair was tied up in a bun. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her eyes were as clear as jade. Her lips were lightly dotted with light lipstick, as if they were smeared with honey. It made people want to kiss her. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her and thought to himself without batting an eyelid, The demonic aura was everywhere. It seemed that he hadn't caught enough demons last night. He had to continue working hard. Gunyinji had been caught by him last night. She seemed to be severely injured, but after sleeping, she was immediately full of energy. She looked even more demonic than yesterday. Major General Hua, I went to the West Mountain Villa with Granduncle today. Gunyinji was carrying a small suitcase that contained her daily necessities and a few changes of clothes. She was also carrying the computer bag that she always carried with her. Hua Xiaoheng helped her carry the suitcase and sent her out to the car. He said, Granduncle is already waiting in the car at the door. Why are you so slow? Huh? Granduncle is so fast? I thought it was quite early. Gunyinji looked at her watch. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. He's old, so he doesn't sleep that much. Hua Xiaoheng went out with her. There was indeed a modified Rolls-Royce luxury car parked at the entrance of the official residence. Seeing that they had come out, a staff member got out of the Rolls-Royce and helped Gunyinji open the back compartment. Hua Xiaoheng walked Gunyinji in and leaned over to say to his granduncle, who was sitting inside, You go back with Ninji first. I'll come over to your place for dinner tonight. Okay, we'll wait for you for dinner tonight, but for now, you can go do your work. Xie Xinxing said with a smile and waved his hand to close the door. Hua Xiaoheng, after watching the cars leave together, Hua Xiaoheng turned around and called Chun Lai. Chun Lai, come with me to the Military General Hospital. Chun Lai was surprised. Why are you going to the Military General Hospital? Are you sick? It's not me, it's my grandfather, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Chun Lai was originally a genius attending doctor at the Military General Hospital. He had been recruited by Hua Xiaoheng and became the attending doctor of the Special Operations Forces, but he also had his own position at the Military General Hospital. Returning to the Military General Hospital was like returning to Chun Lai's second office. Chun Lai didn't refuse directly and asked, Your grandfather's sick? More than sick. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only say, You'll know when you come with me. Chun Lai was a national expert, and he was best at performing heart surgery. He brought Chun Lai to the special care unit of the Military General Hospital and happened to see the Zhang family members poking their heads out of the door. The person Hua Xiwenong was taking care of in the ward was one of Hua Guanshan's orderlies. Major General Hua, you're here? The orderlies quickly stood up and saluted. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and pressed his salute down. He asked, What are they doing here? They said they want to take care of grandfather. The orderlies said carefully, What do you think we should do? Should we let them stay, or? Hua Xiaoheng looked down and said, Since they're willing to take care of him, let them take care of him. Just don't leave. Of course I won't leave. The orderlies quickly expressed their loyalty. Chun Lai followed Hua Xiaoheng into Hua Xiwenong's intensive care unit. As soon as he saw the equipment in the room, he knew what Hua Xiwenong's illness was. He clicked his tongue and began to check the data on the monitoring equipment in the ward. He then opened his small surgical box that was comparable to a battlefield hospital, took out his own equipment, and began to examine Hua Xiwenong's body again. The Zhang family members were dumbfounded. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1339. Time is running out. The monthly ticket of 4,200 plus updates was delivered in advance. The third update was around 8 p.m. Kiss kiss. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.